Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. You deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, I miss you so much. And guys, I am currently at the domestic airport in Kumasi, and I am going to Accra, which is going to take about 45 minutes from Accra. I've already checked in. I only had to use my ID card, and I want you to see how the airport looks like. It's currently under construction, and so there's a lot of construction works around, and I'm sure maybe the next time you find yourself here, the drop-off will be much pretty, which is looks like this. And I can see some other construction going on. This is how it looks now, and so you are coming with me. We are traveling. I mean, this is just a short trip. I came by road yesterday and I decided to go by flight, and so you are coming with me on this one. Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
When traveling from Accra to Kumasi, you have the options of going by road or by flight. When going by road, you go to the nearest bus stations. There are different brands of buses to opt for. Popular ones are VIP, STC, OA, the Ford buses. Let me know in the comment section which of them is your choice or which of them is your favorite. I used STC this time around and I paid 50 Ghana cedis. Don't forget to carry warm clothing because it gets very cold in the bus, especially at night. About 2 hours into the journey, they make a stop at a place called Lindador for a 15 minutes break. To use the washroom, it costs 1 cedi, which is less than $1. Also at Lindador, they have food, meat, drinks, tea, and anything you would want to refresh yourself with.
24 hours later.
The second option is by flight. Depending on the time you book your flight, the prices vary. The earlier you buy the tickets, the cheaper it is. The prices range from 200 Ghana cedi, which is about $35 and above. I think the airport in Kumasi is much similar to that of the one at Tamale. But looking at the fact that there's construction going on, it means it's going to be much prettier than that is after it's done. And so, I mean, fingers crossed. So let's go. So it's time to go. It's now 6:20. Just after 45 minutes, we are currently at our domestic airport. This is how it looks like. The place is really quiet today. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Let me know in the comment sections which of the options you would prefer and which of them is your favorite choice. Do you go by bus or you prefer to go by flight? Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Subscribe, mommy.
So subscribe via me adomane so. Send a video via the betu obia ubehu. Medamase.
Hi, my name is Roslyn Ngisa. I'm an actress. If you want to study anything about film, camera, let's come to Black Lens. It's one of the best schools you can ever have.
My name is Roger Quarter. I'm a film producer and a director. Black Lens Media is the best.
Well, my name is Jonathan Ezenwadinobi. Black Lens, the deal on cameras and editing. My guy, don't make that mistake. Oh, now for Black Lens.
Black Lens.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
Stay out of trouble and I dey bremo free Kumasi Central Prison. Na we jumadi bia yedi kanka ese yede boa ama bone no a se mabunu no edo ho agimo denden no yateso emprepi no behu se mabunu no we yakodi bone we adoso na nsem ho yete se obi akokumobi obete chese yetete nsem bebre nye owuo nko a eye ahomete ama Ghana yedi a yese ye beacon of democracy, beacon of peace ene de keka ho no eye atonsuom na Crime Check Foundation ye Petty Offenders Project eno ene de aba be pie ha na before say yebekọ edwumadie no so no ye nyina enim say nipa ne piwo ha omo ofiase omo fa ahodie na yetietia so nipa ne piwo ha asem to omo nim baabi a omo fa omo nim kwan omo befa so enya lawyer binim so wo hompo a asem na nya asem bia asem a obroni beka say yebetima isu alternative dispute resolution mechanism ADR e de aka a enko court omo nim sa no ma no enti helpline e wo hoyi and the USAID justice support activity adaromenti no se de nsema amakan emu bia to na ope baabi a obetwa wani ahwa pesa no besi a uhu
Minuanom mati asem dey enne se ope asase ana edan ato a mansun biara eni ho a eno ane ejare real estate na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baabi a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate asai ti ani jesemiye anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no ebi wo ajare real estate fo na de san ma eye ahomeka ene se wo to asase na ajare real estate wo betwa so fe e de amaw e de odin aye pillars e de esi ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na san tie ani je sema san wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wo nsa eti kan ho e na frɛ ajare real estate na ansa anyawo.
Opoko afri na Solomon Wiafe aba kan yensa awo hase na opoko afri eye warrant kitan ne kire se okowie ade na Solomon Wiafe nso ekowie ade ede na akowie ai
atwa me ko pharmacy ko fa
okowie aduro na duro de wo de ye den a wo konnom ana wo koton
atwa na yale sasa blo mi so into mo trauma na e prescription na me kwa akoto tama me kwa akoto no igu wo na me fa bi na e be che
wo yare a wo koto na se duro de wo koto a ukita sika ana me boa wo ko pharmacy wona ukita sika
atwa na me ukita sika
na ukita sika ena uko na eduro be na wokoto o kai ne din
atwa
eduro be ya
50 tramadol
ena den bi
atwa no nko
ena yi eduro ne to ho ena ye den
to kanta ne so ana me fire
ena fire na den tin na fire so onipa no yi ade na to ade o san ko na chi
atwa onya ko ana me fama no efa afon na ma na eduro ne bi to twa na ni na me sesai
o twa na ni na se sakoye ena wo koye na de na wo yesa na wo ni sika de koto eduro
atwa de
enti chese o ko pharmacy wo se o ko wia ana sese ana se niska won ho bet o twa na ni na hu se ne chance bi abeto ho na ade nti na wo yesa ade sika na wo ho no na untumi fa ntwia me ntiase obetima cheche mu kaka
ene se amema me yale deji me so sasa blog me so ikamna na me kwa koto dun sika na na wo me ho
edro na wa na wo to anoma na wo to akoma ama me
atwa me na me ta
okay
kitama na me kwa koto dun na sika na wo me ho ye 26
okay
tinenso tina me hu ekwa ya me fa so
ana edro no so boye sen
edro no boye basic 60 cedis
okay
kitama me ya se me kwa kofa next canenso ntimeme ko yana next canenso 20 cedis me shem boto ana mama de fa edro na e de che
e ban sen de che o ye chesi wa na
ba cho mi fa edro no e ko ye no ana me ba second time se me ba beto na next canenso ni me start me dinka ba obeto e me edro mi sen
eba onti de wo fa koye ne de o ma hu wo de koye ekonom ye ena esan ye no wo san ba ho biem to ba ho na ye de
ba ho ni no ba che me
o mo kae wo ba ho second time no o mo hu se wo na ba ho first e be wie adro
acha o mo kae hu
ntin ka wo san be wie biem
na me sa beto adro ni
na sen ka wo ba beto yi no ka oyiye no dane ne ho nso anka obesan fa
ne mi gidi san
ka obefa edi ntina ma wo yesa wo di ne kwa eso poku edi ntina ana wo ye kronfo wo ta wiewia no ma ka hwemenim ka no kreche me o bra pani ne me unim sa unim me sa ho na minti ase waka kire me sen ka second time no so no anka oyiye na okoya anka no so bewia ne chese wo ye kronfo opoku ana obefa aya okoton wana wonom eyi ensa wana agu hu nyina sa prison cell ho
cell ho de ho no monye
ho de e beba ho asem later ho de ho na enye ne de wo na wo pe na waba ho ede nti uni adwuma ye Emma sebe draw cotton so nya sika nto.
Pacho David.
Na na ompa adwuma nye. Oboku.
Pacho me ka chere ma me se omitumi trensa. Bese me sua ka ya adwuma. Ti ma me mitumi trensa o de ne echina na me nzo me hede ni ahoden sa.
O hede ni ahoden.
Asablo ata wa me so. Nti eduno eye preparation o mo trauma na me kwa akoto.
O mo se woni ahoden de. Bese nka adwuma bi wo ha kakra obetimi mesin adwuma ana no no de ahoden no ntimi mfanye sa adwuma no. Ele papi o sasabro bese nka mesin o soa concrete kakra o yewe obetimi anya sika e de atu a otinsa. Wa wie ka adwuma na wie. Na afi na okosua.
Afi na okosua.
Oh. Nti e ma wo sen mfie sen ana boso me sen. Watwa sen.
Me try 5 months me ye try 6 months. Kaka kana me try.
Freezing hot sen ma hu se wo hu nyina ona ase nyina se camera na behwa wo hu nyina wotimi se ahoye hye.
Ahode ahoye hye pa.
Ahoye hye.
Dan so o mo hye SSRD.
Ya hye mo.
Hye SSRD.
Solo. Ati sen. We a nice boy o. O se me ba pani kra. Na wedding fee sen. 20 years. Who of a pa. Na prison had the o ye den wa ha. Uko wi ade.
A long story.
There be a short man. And then I could wi. Ujitum so ko wi ade. Very good. A nice boy sound so they think the chrono fatao. And then I could wi.
Now I think a week ago now my one shut down family. Na mo ska from one medical hospital but scan be short me make decisions BP ma ko ju bisika
o decide say o be kwa hwem obisika juma outai o de hwem o hwem dabi me pete me pe wasem yen nyina obia yamfonso sebe ebia abrabo na yedin nti won so de wasua eye ahwimahwim I mean obia ye mistake me am see me swa me sure say ebia enkwan mu nam ebia me wie bi all say you no ben say froye wakoyi fish obia ye mistake juma na wodi no aha oksa ani aha ana ye den
so me ko ju bisika na that day no omoche gamba me yese me dwane dey
okay
but I'm fever me no omoche
oh
omoche no police station.
Okay, nti otaye na we no scan na yesen.
That day no pono scan me ji na
300 Ghana. Enyi sika keto we obi dwetire. Eye oba na se ma me panin sika na je. Oba ma na du ba bi o mu jeja o mo hododo. Na hye he na on the bag im. Na do nsa fa ho. Ani e chewo. Na he na wuta ihwinhwim before say o koje ma me de yi.
They say me kasa mum de na me obi na me browse.
Oh okay.
But
fraud. Internet fraud, okay.
But na see dia sa we no e bia dan minister no e bia big madam for me chia na.
Okay.
Ba me ba kuma sa me shede ni ma say.
Eh na wo free buy.
Na mo akra na ti.
Okay.
So wona me
me sure so ma me no papa tu fo a
ma me no papa de me no man Canada.
Oh okay.
Son me many fear na some ma me wa breach.
Okay.
Papa so the quiet side.
Into unhu papa da. Unhu ma me so da.
Ti me auntie ma me adam fo.
Okay.
Me free akra ma me ni.
Okay.
Stubborn.
Ujitum se waso odin.
Ende no credit ma me na ka
na se waje atum se adibi wo ha wo abrabom we are very handsome boy adibi wo ha wo abrabom a twon san ai se nso hie ehuru tutututu na se no na do nsa betum ada na wa no umpe djuma bi nya umpe adjuma bi nsua na umfa mo bra daache unya oba kama bi nware no na ummo bra na krono kwa solo ade
Kenya me pese me live sa life no ba I think months ago, me, my friend, is me auntie.
Oh, my man, I won't hold down.
Or phrase me auntie, me auntie, I mean, one of them. Say, since in a mamma, say, me, I'm so. Be a meduno, but I'm more crown, I'm so may but like Uber driver. Okay, driving, co-driving school now coming out as not be in Cuba. Also, say, Juman, I may idea, unknown to me fantasy kind of day. M1, but no person made it. Who's our school, so it's got stop money, you know, I'm focusing.
Secondary school, you ready? Okay, secondary school, then. A dog on a secondary school. And we are then you ready.
Stubborn.
Debbie, we are now, bro, headmaster.
Almost suspending me.
Okay.
Say, me coffee for some.
And I will jai. Any papi you show, see, many are June, my dear mamma, many are Joe. So what to me a giatum? I say, or brebu or her wow. Would you say, and you do have to prison, maybe I would die. What about prison that? For first time. So look, baby, sabi, me cry, me raha na bibi ya ye me na me ho wo so. Me gidi say wo da ho a. De ba wa dwon say rade aden. Be pese wo be san ko wi ade bi man. Hwe me na kind of question. E dey nti na wo say never unwi ade bi.
Me man so da obi ka him about prison kana
Kaunjin.
At the moment at the first down with the mirror, I was like, hey, I'm fancy. Was that in a case in this year? I'm moving to Name, see, and I'm free.
Come back to my kunkra.
And then
Yamena jail. It will be fine, Yame, ever her. And no, maybe her Yame dear cum, and may you who the Casio. What will buy a wabby fat in Yamewa?
Serious. And my mother call crown time. See, only if you can't idea about blog. Share myself, sorry, to me, I'm catching them and say, my phone's on a heading in my bar. But the real case in this year, I would have said, I'm not the phone to me, so by the second minute scan heading, if you're from bar, we raised
the Senate also 1,002.
But we raised in BBI heading, a block here. To me, not supporting
time and also, Yanko Pompes do ye, Juma, only Nisa. Ube was Sunday be. Ana bibisa oni nyame nkita ho die bi wahu bibi o wani so
I think me ba fia na I say I show to me na mo fia no na mo akra na me call lighthouse chapel.
Okay,
I always live
okay.
I me had a dream say like go school by school
ko kanyame asem time na so ese so ka nyame asem what it intema de SBI and how what it e dey na pesa wo catch Ghana for mo hwem.
The meet me a cavity, I can say, in your tree or your problem because maybe all year beyond, maybe if you say we are, oh, yes, and I say, maybe all but one day, me remember say we are better because we need the mighty, I'll be free. We don't be so fast, share me, and the guy, me skin cry, you see, in a man, I'll because me show man for skin na me show me there me say na me say aden na me nko ade ebi nya dey immune to
yo
but so we fie na wo hwe me a e so say bo hwe mu so yi na me to sati bia we because the room do room my room
21st clinic say eba sciatica no ho every usisi mu kono a wo to ase ho no ntina fa usrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mu na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mu de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besan o ya no masa de machine aka ho ya de bibiduro ka ho ni asan de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ya wi a herbal treatment ya de awono ama eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia wudu session so wo mo na nwie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540 311 311 That's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
You are here for stay out of trouble and you go so I de bremu na em say ye de kan say sa your program ni asesa ne kakra ye de afutuo ne kokobo Ghana fo nyina say prison and go say wo tie Solomon and na wo tie nuen asem a wo kan opoku ne kire say ahweyie no ne time ano ene sa ye be call opoku ho no so asem kakra bi a ono so wo ka no wo de atodwa ye ne tietie ama Ghana fo hwe
and it's a prison ha anye ministerial for wa bonten sa hade bia ntwa da bi nka se wo ba hada bia nya ahomblase honhom ofi on fentna me maame afutu ne ye obitu ne fa ho wonti hade oba ha nsohwe ne amane na oba be fem wa ha Misle adofo ni anuafo fi se ubia ntie ni maame ne baba futu na wo ba ha hanye
opoku eni Solomon asema me di jamo ne se ye papa bi a friend Mr. Kumson one ne yere ese fine na edamoso no ye nkotua mama na mo fa mabra bo nko ye bibi papa nti me ne mo kasa yakwa kotua aye ne mo kasa wie mo kofi edi asem na wo ka kire Mr. and Mrs. Kumson.
Some guy can make me say, I'm sure any baby on your musical free. Because I'm money say, coming here the second chance. Because me what had you not made dream about Bobby and me Pia my life here. Because 1 year number the man and come Pia coming in the meeting. So, mom, what I'm a young come up, mama, a second chance. And based on say, you
Some kakla mekane say nyame nhyira onhyira one na busuafo yin omo omase no say empo ano anya yo kakla
Mr. and Mrs. Kumson nyankopon enhyira mo bebe amakofa sika ne free bia onya no moho emfama mo therefore em say yati ni nyina se oba ha ahanye ye nyame soma ye nso ye de ba prison na say ye bebo daru akire mo amoma ahada no sede ahate aha enye baabia enipa esese nipa eda ana enipa tena if we say or how and now have budgetary allocation to the Ghana Prison Service aye nyina enim one sedated person a day aban Ghana Prison Service sikani so omobo homodin bi nanso no enna fom ti se wanti afutuo na wo se aha na wo beba de a ene da homa na se de kan non custodial sentencing asemo no this is the time esese aban eye ho bibi this is the time esese parliament eye ho bibi enye sa de a na menyini se successive governments omope oman yi me kasa obi nti ase nanso adenti ena nka nipa won ti se no yempe adwuma bi ema wo mo enye obroni say ye from petty offenders Ghana enwuma pi wo ha yenya o mafom na yesi ye de o mo ya Ghana be ye fe Ghana be sesa dasene se nyankopon ma ho kwan a ye be san aba mo nchen bi
me to na mo wenu mi ho masaka aswadi ami enyina Samoni ami di enyina oh abani ami enyina Samoni ami di enyina
powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm here with Caramel Plug. Caramel is a comedian and a businesswoman. She's here in Ghana, and we would like to know how far she's been doing since she started. Welcome to My Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So what brings you to Ghana?
So I came here to actually have fun, and I came here to, connect with people who actually support me, who have been supporting me from the very beginning. So I'm just spreading, the brand more here.
Okay, so what have you learned since you arrived Ghana?
Since I arrived Ghana, one thing, I wouldn't say that's one thing I learned, but one thing I have observed about Ghana is the hospitality from the Ghanaians is amazing. It's amazing. And one thing I've learned is Akwaba. I've learned Madasi. And other thing I've learned, I think those are the two that I'm solid about.
Oh, okay, very nice. I can see that you have actually, you're still wearing your famous bonnet. Yes. Okay, so what brought about the hair bonnet?
So my bonnet, yes, I actually did not plan for this to become the trademark from the very beginning. What happened was one time I made a particular video and I was wearing my bonnet, and then I was going through the comments for that particular video, and I saw someone call me like the bonnet girl or something like that. I'm like, oh wait, hold on, I didn't see it this way, but I mean, girl, so I just said let's run with it.
Okay, so how challenging is your work?
Well, it's quite challenging in the sense that it takes a lot of energy, and it does take a lot of energy. You need to have a lot of energy to be able to do all the vibing and all that stuff.
So I would like you to tell me, how will you measure the extent of reception and the support you're given so far?
From Ghana?
Yeah, from both Ghana and Nigeria.
I would say it has been amazing. Like they're from Nigeria, from Ghana, like it has been so awesome. I feel so blessed to be here, to be in this space. I feel like I'm really excited, and I'm just grateful.
How do you see the industry?
The industry, I feel like with this industry, you have to be very smart and you just have to know what you want and be consistent and hardworking.
Okay, what change do you see, or what changes do you expect, or do you hope to see happen?
In the industry?
In the industry, yes.
Okay, so I like to see more collaborations, and then I like to see more carefree content. I feel like carefree content are content that people can relate to. Like my kind of content sometimes, so people can relate to that kind of content. I feel like those kind of things are, nice to see when you have a lot of it.
How will you assess the support given by government in the arts industry?
In the arts industry, I would say that I don't know about Ghana, but in Nigeria, I'll say it's quite minimum. It's not like super like out there. And I feel like we do need more.
Today is June 12th.
Yes.
In Nigeria, I don't know if you've been on social media, it's been, a lot of heavy. Yeah, so I'd like you to tell me, what do you make of the happenings or the situations in the country?
Okay, so I feel like there's a lot going on in Nigeria right now, being the fact that we're just going through so much right now, in Nigeria. And I feel like it's time that we decide to fight for what we want. It's time that we decide to get up and say we want that change, and we don't want to be following the system the way it has always been. So I'm just excited that this is finally happening.
Naturally, are you happy? Are you a happy person?
I mean, well, people tell me that I'm a natural happy person, so I like to believe that. Yeah, I am. Okay.
So would you describe yourself as a comedian?
I wouldn't say I'm a comedian. I would say I'm an entertainer. I'll call myself an entertainer and a video creator, content creator. That's what I'll call myself.
Okay, so I'd like you to tell me a little bit more about your business, because I could see that you're also a business woman. So I'd like you to shed more light on that. Okay, so I would say I've always been a businesswoman. I've always loved business, the idea of exchange and all that stuff. So me growing my brand, just it was kind of easy for me to just add the business aspect into it, with the fact that I had my own bonnet line. And sometimes people would ask me, even before I had my bonnet, people would ask me, oh, okay, do you have a bonnet, where can I get your bonnet? And I'm like, oh wait, hold on, I should probably start something like this. And then it wasn't a hard decision, trust me. Oh, okay. Have you considered going into acting?
I have a couple of projects I'm working on, so you should probably look out for that one. Okay, I would like to say shout out to everybody who's supporting me. Shout out to you guys. I love you guys so much. Thank you for your consistent love. I really appreciate you. I love you so much. Thank you guys.
I'm proud to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety campaign. Now, my message to Ghanaians is to be very cautious whenever you are sitting in a vehicle. When a driver is not doing the right thing, tell him that, hey driver, you are not doing good. If he's overspeeding, tell him, driver, stop the overspeeding. If he did not park well, tell him, driver, did not park well. Life precious. Do the right thing, save a life.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Hi, my name is Ato Akins. Road accident is taking more lives than COVID-19. So be very careful on the road and stay safe. Do the right thing. Save a life.
This latest rubber down, that is what we use in handling casualties. We use this one in handling casualties. Reason being, we don't want anybody fluid like blood, vomiters, sweat, and other things to contaminate you. We know what is in the world now. COVID is there, hepatitis B is there, and other diseases. We don't want to contaminate any person by killing ourselves. So we wear this one before this one. And this gloves is used in handling tools. But we cannot use that same on the human being. When we remove that one, this one is there for us to do the handling of the casualty. So this one first. Okay. Then we also wear this one also.
The ongoing Ghana Premier League season started in December 2020, and after match day 29, about 5 teams are candidates for relegation. But on today's episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate, we asked football fans to pick their relegation teams at the end of the season. We are on the streets of Accra to get some answers for the battle for the relegation at the end of the season. My name is Joel Leshen, and this is GhanaWeb Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Follow me as I get some interesting answers on the streets of Accra.
We are the famous house of folks. We never say now. It's a we are the famous house of folks. We never say
So we started the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are the meat processing place here in Kaneshi Market to find out from football fans which teams they think will go to relegation at the end of the season. Teams right now would say on the relegation, you're about Ghana Premier League.
Okay, Kimfesa, episode drafts.
Kimfesa.
Episode drafts. And it allies.
I didn't know because I started to relegation.
If you are management in a good management in Moabo, and our face just come top players. Papa. So performance number I want down. If you are to the relegation.
But if say 4 games now, say teams that now among these teams now why go to escape relegation?
Oh, maybe I am sorry to have to escape. I think it is not a bit of escape relegation.
And now what does emotions? Team men and how we say yeah, the what you want to do and so who say
oh, it allies. So many cut off just mistake getting and express a bit of but Accra so phobia never say die. We will take the league. The best cut off. Accra. The best show with the league Accra. Phobia the best.
I'm sure say more than from Pani Ediana. Diana starts some more than one from Pa, but at least say now almost the Lamudan mobile yes still more than one our from apart from almost in Thailand with some more than one from Ba. I was saying Munya be crying, Munya be crying, so we are 1 year. Yes, so some come out of the relegation on the society also. Oh, in Thailand, so one. Ediana, Mina Sharks, Busian Draft, believe it's a moment of relegation. Oh, Bahamis, on met my procedure for any way, on met my stay one, I say, beer, let's buy a beer. Bet my then I say I like to use a oh, I was on moment on trying on top players. Now she say na the team modern so eko, night say na nema so eko na. Now top players na e say better to one team. That's obenya defenders, be na midfielders, be na strikers, be better na buana. You say better.
Ghana Premier League this season, team Ben and who support it.
Me, I get team Ben and me support too. Some are catch out that I say me moja red. It will be support too. Kumasi, Asante, Kotoko. Ukuma Prema, Apremdeba.
Inti now search Fatim Yansan. We say Omumba Demba who so far no. There are certain teams in Ombeko relegation. Teams Ben Abefa.
Who's the first of all no? Internalize there. A better team. I'm not surviving because I didn't America no over 26 points. And I will show the relegation battle now. There are 35 points, 32 because Liberty was 32 or the 17th position. King Faisal was 32 or the 16th position. And other teams. 80 teams now. One Catholic League table now. Teams now more than 40 points. A very hard. Say on the call relegation because Usha Ghana most relegation battle once and a team being at 40 points and a call relegation. That was Accra Great Olympics. Who calculated 4 years ahead to 5 years. When you have 40 points and a call relegation, you know head to head and a man of call. It is always surviving relegation battle from 39, 40, 41. Who don't get 40, you can survive the relegation.
This is what you see in Allies.
Definitely. Also, say a battle no is between King Faisal, Ebuswan Dwarfs, Liberty Professionals, Bechim United, 11 Wonders. Sa team so by all means. Because first, so there can say relegation battle number 5. But I'm so almost 3 and the teams here, my friend, by all means, 2 of them will drop to Inter-Allies.
Alright, so he has done a detailed analysis on the battle for relegation, but he chose Inter-Allies as the first candidate for the relegation at the end of the season. But I believe that between Ebusua Dwarfs, King Vesa, and then 11 Wonders, Bekum, Chelsea, and Liberty Professionals, 2 of them will join, Bechim will join 11 Inter-Allies at the end of the season for the relegation. I have another fan here and I'll be engaging him on the topic. Which teams are your candidates for relegation at the end of the Ghana Premier League season? Ghana Premier League team men are supporting.
Me support Liberty Professional.
Support Liberty Professional. And
scientific. The scientific soccer boys.
Okay. This is performance. No one say.
Ewo form kakra, but relegation will be a encounter.
Relegation they are
King Faisal. Ebusua Dwarfs. Inter-Allies omunombeko.
And then we hunti also ombeko relegation.
Because you say be win e be share has. Okay. You 3 to 4 win has the compulsory be share one. Inti you say be free relegation so because I say krapo yanda omu oyase. You 29 points.
Inti edena Ebusua Dwarfs King Faisal moya. Oje say eyedan kokko ibeko relegation.
Omu beko you goals chen. So
but Ghana Premier League, yeah, the head-to-head,
head to head. King Faisal, we are sharing. Into yes, we are that away. No, until me share 2 name. Into Mubeko, Alaju Buza, honors inshallah. Yes, we are seeing for your coup.
Alright. So he supports Liberty Professionals, but he thinks that irrespective of their inconsistent form in the ongoing season, Liberty Professionals will stay in the league. But for King Faisal, Ebusua Dwarfs, and 11 Wonders, they will be relegated at the end of the Ghana Premier League season. Season anyway, team mena who supporting no.
Me support has.
Who supporting has
yeah.
Well, the battle for relegation no. Who ni say team ben miensa ben na who say be boss season area no. No am division 1.
Okay, me follow the about na ka me person Liberty nkom ho.
O person Liberty
nka de ombe ko no.
Argentina Liberty nkom.
Liberty omo wo league sa me hu ade omo ye. Until this time me person omo nko na olimbra. Na yan hwe say maybe a Liberty ma fa league. Liberty wa how many years want me fa league. His cap ne dia keka ho pen of fire and team be kan person omo nko na olim maintain omo position na hwe say maybe o Liberty ma fa. Omo friend Sani Mohammed from Carnation.
Okay. So for him, he supports House of Folk, but he wants Liberty Professionals to be relegated at the end of the Ghana Premier League season because they've been in the league for so many years, but they've done nothing to challenge for the ultimate trophy in every Ghana Premier League season. So he wants Liberty to be relegated at the end of the season. The Phobian and the Liberty Professionals fan, they've already spoken, but they still want to clear the air. Argentina, FSL Liberty, echo relegation, and answer is because of your friend.
No, that's not my friend. My concern is that they don't perform well in league. Yeah, that's one thing. Person omunko no maintain and say maybe Liberty Mafa. Until person follow relegation zone no omunko.
Okay, asama kind just add date no person more relegation.
Omutai has for. Okay. Because so I see and league that Chelsea, England Chelsea on your 50 years and son of our first premiership. Okay. Our 100 years no far, 100 and something years no far Champions League. Okay. Our 200 years no far 2 Champions League. In 2 years before I do say and we be. Yes, show mu for Ace Cup ade hanu. Yes, show mu for President Cup. Yes, show mu for Homo Cup. Mini nu nyina ko yes show mu for top 4 and untine hanu.
All right, so you've heard what these two gentlemen have to say. What do you also think? Share it with me in the comment section. Which 3 teams will be relegated at the end of the Ghana Premier League season? So, which team do you support in Ghana?
I'll be Kotoko fan.
You'll be Kotoko fan. And the battle for relegation, how do you see it?
It's between Interlines. To me, if my wish, the things I wanted them to go to relegation. If my wish, I can also folk 1. Midiama 2, and us go 3.
Okay. Why do you want Accra House of Folk to be relegated?
Because I be Kotoko fan. We are not the love phobia. So my wish, we are not the love phobia.
Will you be happy to play a league without House of Folk?
I will be happy. Why not?
Are you saying this because you are afraid Haas is going to win the league?
It's not about I'm afraid. It's about what is within. And I know the love phobia. The things I know the love. Haas, Chelsea, Barcelona, I know the love. It took them a decade give myself. I know the world. So to me, my wish, make us go relegation. If my wish, I want make us go relegation.
Okay. But the position Haas occupies right now, even if they lose their final 5 games, they won't be relegated.
I know.
I want you to give me your 3 teams. You think that based on what you've seen so far in the season, they will be relegated at the end of the season?
I love the Lions, but I think they are not pulling enough. And King Faisal. Okay. King Faisal definitely they'll go back then. Drafts, additional drafts. But they are not pulling enough. I'm not saying I like those things. With the team, I know they love the House of Folk. My wish is make us go relegation. But since it's impossible as at now, as they are joint top scorer, top league with Fabu, my team. So it won't be possible. So as per the league table, what are they seeing? Maybe King Faisal, the Bushia Dwars, Inter.
I support House of Folk.
Support House of Folk.
Yeah, man.
But we are talking about the relegation battle. Per what you've seen so far after March the 29, which 3 teams are the likeliest candidates to go for relegation?
as of relegation battle, Inter-Allies will go to relegation. Let's say only that day, I want him to go to relegation because
Olympics to
but
Olympics, their current position, it will be impossible for them to be relegated. So
that's me, my opinion. I want them to go because they want to break our record. You understand? So that's me, my opinion.
Okay, so Inter-Allies, Olympics, and which other team?
Inter-Allies, Olympics, and Accra Suffolk. I dey take the league. So forget what they talk. My own be say Accra Suffolk. I dey take the league. That be all. I be Aziz Costa. I dey support us with my everything. If I go die for us inside of me, I go support and die. That be how me I dey.
Ghana Premier League team men are supporting.
Me a phobia.
We are phobia. Esro no I den pa wo hwa ase ono so a the same thing. Teams me ensa ben e na wo tepi om say we mu de yembo wie no no mo division 1.
Inter-Allies me hunu se obeko.
Okay.
Ena King Faisal also. Obeko. Ma ko e ka ho de ene obi a ho keka.
I didn't know how Inter-Allies ne King Faisal. Because points are separate omunyina no 5 points per.
But omuna me person omoko. Enya we dey got nothing to do with football. Me am person omoko. Omu hard you know. Omu nkona kwenda. But yeah, GD season asanji next season. Ye ndi agro. Na nka also league gbogbo ko kan omo no soko. Oshia kotokwa na wa twen ma no oshia ha taro na yere ne tawe. Omunya me bompa yetiom next season no so beko.
Alright, so he just wants Inter-Allies and King Faisal to be relegated at the end of the season because he believes that they are causing too much trouble in the Ghana Premier League. Ghana Premier League team men are supporting.
It's not a grass of football.
Oh, yeah, has the Yambo season you know how many relegation?
Relegation, Inter-Allies, King Faisal, Inter-Allies.
I didn't know what TP some company some number relegation.
One of the perform.
It is a sample for no relegation. Yembo you know. Now I'm no more so.
That's all the class of football league.
Okay.
But second.
Okay.
And Mediama.
Okay, so he is predicting that Inter-Allies and King Faisal by all means will be relegated at the end of the season, but believes that Accra Suffolk will maintain their top spots at the end of the season to win their first Ghana Premier League season since 2009. So we are ending the debate here on GhanaWeb TV, right here on the streets of Accra. This is where we settle the argument. Which three teams are going to be relegated at the end of the Ghana Premier League season, and which three teams will occupy the top spot? That's what we're asking today. In particular, team Ben will support Ghana.
We support Accra Suffolk.
We support Accra Suffolk.
Yeah.
Yambo League in now teams Ben are relegation.
Oh, let me say King Faisal.
Okay.
King Faisal beko.
King Faisal beko.
Na Inter-Allies beko.
Okay.
Aha. Amuna mini mi so beko.
Team Ben na wo de beko mo.
Oh, team Ben. I don't know if Lagos City. Aha. Lagos City.
Okay. My misa also team Ben na support and why na wo take so beko relegation.
Chepe team Accra Suffolk.
Wo support Accra.
We ultimate tackle.
Okay. Why na beko relegation?
Inter-Allies beko.
Inter-Allies beko.
King Faisal beko.
King Faisal.
Any drafts? Jolly, they go.
Mesa Batisia. But also team men are supporting and one beko relegation.
Kumasi Asante Kotoko.
Support Kotoko. Yeah. Relegation is so how many
me decide Inter-Allies and King Faisal and Liberty.
And Liberty.
Yeah.
Okay. It says some of fun relegation. Yambo League in now I'm teams me and Saben and that esro.
First Kotoko.
First Kotoko.
Second phobia.
Okay.
And third Oli. Olympic. Yeah.
All right. So he believes that Asante Kotoko will come top at the end of the Ghana Premier League season, but Inter-Allies King Faisal and Ebusuaduas and Liberty Professionals will be relegated at the end of the season. Let me speak to my Phobium men here to also find out their candidates for the top spot at the end of the season. So in Thailand, it's more relegation. One more league, you be second, you better see me.
Oh, Phobia, you did that. Has Betty. You better so second,
okay.
Third year Olympics.
Okay. Why not Jelly? Why not toss me? Why not toss me?
No Phobia Pano, and a piano. So no cano. You better go to Accra, Jelly. Solo no, I feel solo no. Solo no, I feel solo no. Solo no, Africa solo no. Oh, Sienna, solo no.
Alright, so you have the Phobias fans singing their song ahead of the Super Clash on March day 31. But today the question is, which three teams are going to be relegated at the end of the season? Let me hear from you in the comment section after watching the video and reading the stories that comes with the video. My name is Joel Leshen, and this has been the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll see you again same time next week with the Super Clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko at the Accra Sports Stadium.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
through the business of the House. And so the Speaker is informed about the positions, leaders, or the size of the House before you come to preside. So when leaders don't take advantage of it, and then the Speaker is presiding, and all of a sudden things just erupt, the Speaker is taken by surprise. And my only option as Speaker is to apply the rules as I know them. But I might be very good at the practice and procedure. But sometimes you have to defer to the guidance from leadership. And so please, this is to leadership. Take advantage of the pre-sitting meetings and let the Speaker know about what is happening. Are we together? I don't want what happened yesterday to be repeated again. And when I'm applying my rules, I don't want to hear objections. People claiming that I might have pre-knowledge of some things that I don't know about. I'm here for the House. We can now take item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We have the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 17th June, 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, please, at page 8, there are 2 corrections. At item number 7II, the last paragraph. The Honourable Second Speaker, it should be Second Deputy Speaker. So if Deputy could be inserted, please. And Right Honourable Speaker, at item number 8A, the sitting resumed at 4:34 p.m. Sitting. This has been spelled with a D instead of a G. Grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. You are very, very meticulous. Sometimes with an eagle eye.
Right now.
So kindly take note. The spelling of sitting, it ends with G, not D. Page 9. Sorry, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, please, I need to bring you back to page 7. 5. The paragraph reads, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting held on Wednesday with the date were adopted as a true record. There's where and there's are. It has to be taken as, one of has to be taken off. Page 7. Point 5.
You are right. Were adopted as a true record of proceedings. So I should be deleted. 9. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, please, the second paragraph at page 9, the same matter deserving of correction, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, not Second Speaker. There's only one Right Honorable Speaker of the House.
Full office, kindly take note. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, item number 12 at page 10, the second line, not B, one has to go, it's been repeated. The head count which could not be undertaken by clerks at the table.
Table office, take note. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, the last sentence on number 12, page 10, that could not be undertaken by clerk at the table due to the disruption of the counting exercise by honorable members. I think I was in this house when you decided that counting should take place, and the counting was supposed to start from the majority side. So if there was any disruption, it is fair to reflect on record that the disruption came from the majority side, not from honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, you have a point there. Table office, please do the writing. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the counting exercise, the exercise has been spelled without an
Actually,
R.
they have to rephrase that sentence.
Yes. And
it's not properly captured.
It's not properly. Yeah.
Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Bejra.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee of the Whole, in attendance, we have Dr. Richard Wedu, and then the second one, Mr. Anthony Debre. The spelling of the name is D-E-B-R-E, not E-R-E. Debre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Let's go to Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Get Fund team was led by the Honorable Minister for Education, the Honorable Dr. Yao Seiduchum. That is conspicuously omitted. It's very important that it is included. The Honorable Minister for Education led the team at the Committee of the Whole.
Table office, kindly include that. Page 14. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 14th sitting of the second meeting of the first session held on Thursday, 17th June 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We will now take the official report. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 25th May 2021. Any corrections? It was actually distributed yesterday, but we could not do the corrections yesterday. Is it the case that members don't have their copies? So we can take it on Tuesday? All right. So we'll defer the corrections on the official report of Tuesday, 25th May 2021 to Tuesday. Item 5, business statement for the 5th week, to be presented by the chairman of the business committee. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, the chair of the business committee is unavoidably absent. With your leave and indulgence, I would want to take his place to present the report.
Yes, Honorable Member, go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker, your committee met yesterday to consider business for the ensuing week ending Thursday, the 24th day of June 2021. So, Speaker, the arrangement of business as follows. I may read formal communication to the House. In total, Mr. Speaker, has admitted 18 questions, 7 urgent and 11 oral. All of them have been programmed to be answered. The Speaker may also, in accord with Order 72, permit statements to be made by ministers and by honorable members in accordance with Order 72. The Speaker, bills may also be presented for first reading in accordance with Order 120. Of course, those of urgent nature may be taken through in one day in accordance with Order 119. And pursuant to Order 75, Mr. Speaker, papers for presentation to a House may be placed on the order paper for laying, and committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, motions and their consequential resolutions, if any, may be taken during the week. The Speaker, of particular importance is the briefing expected from the Ghana Statistical Service, National Health Insurance Authority, and Office of the District Assembly's Common Fund Administrator. So, Speaker, these institutions have been programmed to appear before us on the 22nd of June, that is Tuesday. The Ghana Statistical Service will use the opportunity to provide insight on the population and housing census, and the Royal Honourable Members of Parliament would be expected to play towards a successful exercise. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the House is expected to be briefed on pertinent issues regarding the formula and disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund, the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2021. We would like to entreat members to make themselves available to make a positive interaction when the opportunity comes. Right Honourable Speaker, in view of the population and housing census, it is necessary for honourable members to travel to their constituency well in advance to prepare for the exercise. Accordingly, in consultation with you, the committee proposes that sitting of the House for next week should end on Thursday, 24th of June. That the House will not sit on Friday, 25th of June for the aforementioned reason. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I say that in accordance with the standing order 162 and subject to standing order 53, this committee submits to this House the order in which the business shall be taken during the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, we've attached the program to this report. I so submit. Thank you, sir.
Honourable members, any comments? Yes, ranking for health.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have filed a question with regards to the purchase of Sputnik 5 at the rate of $19 per dose and $26 per dose. Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that this has generated very high public interest, I will take this opportunity to appeal to you so that it will be programmed for next week. Mr. Speaker, it's not been captured in the business statement.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, take note. Then after that you respond. Yes, Honourable Blackwell.
Very grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I commend the Deputy Majority Leader for the presentation of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, this week I was scheduled to ask the Honourable Minister responsible for finance the cost of the recent presidential travels to France, Belgium, and South Africa yesterday, the 17th of June. Indeed, it was programmed in the provisional order paper of the 16th of June 2021. I was told at rather short notice yesterday, the Honourable Finance Minister is asking for more time by Mr. Jetro, the clerk at table. Mr. Speaker, I was expecting, in view of the circumstances, that that question will be programmed for next week at the very least. But surprisingly, I've gone through all the questions that have been programmed from next week Tuesday all the way to Thursday, and my question does not find expression. So it's not clear how much time, and it was an urgent question, Mr. Speaker. It is an urgent question, and our standing orders is clear that ordinarily urgent questions should not go beyond 10 sitting days. That's what our standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want the Deputy Majority Leader to let us understand why the question has not been programmed, and if he knows just how much time the Finance Minister is requesting to answer what I believe is a rather simple question on the cost of the presidential travels in May. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also observe that we are quite fortunate that for the ensuing week, the three ministers for security, the minister responsible for national security, the minister responsible for defense, and the minister responsible for the interior are all coming to this House to answer one question or the other. But the questions obviously had been filed much earlier, and so they do not relate to the current security situation. I want to find out from the Honourable Deputy Majority Leader if we can create an opportunity, some window of opportunity for either the National Security Minister Minister or the Minister responsible for the Interior to brief this House on the current security situation is really necessary. Many Ghanaians are anxious. We've seen multiple bullets. Police officer has been killed, and the insecurity situation is escalating and has become quite alarming. So if the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader can create some space for the security ministers to respond to this matter, which is of enormous public interest. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to commend the Deputy Majority Leader for the presentation of what is expected to come, God willing, next week. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to suggest to the Business Committee through the Majority Leader if we could find space later this week to get a briefing from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources after what has been considered a very successful project of greening Ghana, given the key role that this House played in the whole exercise. The Minister, Right Honourable Speaker, if you recall, was here to make a statement on it, which you supported, and even went ahead to declare what can be considered a holiday for members to travel back to their constituencies to support this project. Mr. Speaker, I think that it will be appropriate that the Minister briefs this House on how well or not the program that we lend our support to has gone. Again, Mr. Speaker, I look at item number 3, briefing of the House, and I would wish to appeal that if it is possible for us to get the Get Fund Secretariat through the Minister of Education to return on the same day that these institutions will be briefing the House, given that our last briefing was inconclusive. I think it will be appropriate that the Ministry returns with the Get Fund Secretariat as soon as possible for us to have the formula considered and approved, given the pressing nature of educational needs that are expected in our various areas, and contractors especially who are waiting for the formula to be approved can carry out projects that are outstanding. I wish that the Business Committee will find space to consider these 2 items. I thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Kodo.
I'm referring to item number 3 on page 2, which comes under briefing of the House. In the 3rd paragraph, the Deputy Majority Leader presents a statement. The House would also be briefed on critical issues pertinent to the formula for the disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund and the National Health Insurance Fund. There is a repetition there. So I want to find out whether he wants to mention another fund or we should just delete one of the 2.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I refer my leader, page 4 of the statement, item B, Roman number 6. It should be Tato Akura, not Tato Kura. Tato Akura. Page 4 of the business statement, number B, Roman number 6. Yes, on the business statement, page 4. On the agent questions. The business, yes, please. We have 1, 2, is there page 4, number B. That if I read for you, the file by yourself, Honorable Joseph Kwame Nkrumah. Is it misstapled? The business statement you just read is E.
Yes, Honorable Member, we have it. Page 4.
Number B.
Yes, item B.
Roman number 6.
Roman number
6. There are communities, if, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, maybe let me read the whole thing so that my leader could appreciate it.
Honorable member. Honorable member. Please. Page 4.
Page 4.
Item B. Please take your time. Item B.
Yes, please.
We have Mr. Kumar.
Yes.
Kintamponov.
Yes, please.
Yes.
And I'm saying that the Roman number VI.
There's no.
I correct. I say it should be
Honorable member. There is no Roman number VI on the B.
But I have, Mr. Speaker, the business statement.
You are talking about the question.
Okay. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I need the question.
The question.
The question. To
yes.
ask the Minister for Interior when relief items will be distributed to victims of rainstorms that occurred in March and April 2021 in the following communities: Kentampo Township, 2, that's I, Babatokuma, I, Kadalso, IV, Sronase, V, Tahirikura, and VI, Jato, Akura, and not Tato. It's a correction.
Well, Honorable Member, we will take.
J. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker.
We will take your correction, but the original question you filed, which came to me for admission, it was not Jato. And so I'm told that you came later on to change it to read Jato. And so we've taken the corrections now, and what will appear on the order paper for you to ask the question will be the proper name, Jato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the third time, I'm seeing that this is the third time or third week. For the third time, I'm seeing the statutory formulas appearing on the business statement. The first week they were on the business statement, we couldn't take them. The second week same, and this week too, I could see them appearing on the next week business statement. So Speaker, if you are to go strictly by the law governing these statutory funds, the law says 3 months after the budget. So Speaker, we are in third month after the budget. I just want to make an appeal to the acting leader of the House, to get in touch with the ministers and the administrators governing these statutory boards to make sure that next week, because next week will be it will be 24th of June, to make sure that at least next week they are able to present the formulas for us to pass them for the 3 months to end in 30th of this June, so that we can still operate within the law. If they are appearing for the third time on the business statement and next week you are not able to take them, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we'll be doing a good service to this country. So we want to appeal to them. The District Assembly Common Fund, we are entering June. We are ending June. That is the third week after the budget. Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, 3 months after the budget. Then National Health Insurance Fund, which governs the health, which administers the health of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, even the formula is not even here. So clearly get in touch with them that parliamentarians are anxiously waiting for them to bring the formula for us to work on to save Meta Ghana. It can be that it will appear Parliament say we are ready, we prepare for it and they don't come. We prepare and they don't come. We prepare and they don't come. This preparation for next week should be the final preparation. Mr. Speaker, this is just an appeal and a signal to the acting leader.
Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to make some comments on the business statement. Mr. Speaker, in all fairness to the chairman, I didn't have the opportunity to participate in the meeting yesterday, so I would indulge you to tolerate me as I raise just 1 or 2 more issues for the attention of the House and the Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, repeatedly we have asked that as Parliament, the President, as you know, is an executive president, and his decisions are important for the efficient running of our country. I raised the matter of the road fund because, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian contractors and Ghanaians in the private sector who are entrepreneurs, whose livelihood and businesses are affected by the road fund, they expect that they will benefit from the road fund monthly releases. If you don't have the board constituted, life stagnates for them, and I'm renewing my call that the President must wake up and ensure that chief executives and boards are properly constituted. We don't want to believe that it's deliberate to allow individual ministers to play the role that boards, as important governance structures, should be playing with their chief executive officers. And Mr. Speaker, the second is to commend the deputy leader, at least for bringing the Ghana Statistical Service. And I know, Mr. Speaker, yourself, you guided leadership that you would wish that we all spend a day in the constituencies to raise the consciousness of our people to participate in that exercise. So it's worth to hear the deputy leader announce that we will close work earlier on Thursday in order to participate in this important national exercise. Mr. Speaker, my final will be that we are filing an urgent motion on the health sector and to request for a bipartisan probe into Ghana's procurement of COVID vaccines as $26 and not $10 as is the practice in many countries. And as I've emphasized, will be to call for a bipartisan probe, because for all intents and purposes we think that even that transaction is an international economic transaction within the meaning of Article 1815 of the Constitution. Parliament is not aware of it. We would want to appreciate and understand the procurement processes that were used, but more importantly to demand value for money for the Ghanaian taxpayer, and that we are not just seeking to profit from COVID with this questionable transaction. So, Mr. Speaker, we will file an urgent motion. We've done that. I'm sure the table will give it to us, but it's a matter that I would have raised if I got opportunity to be at the Business Committee. So once again, thanks for tolerating me, and I hope that the leader of government business will respond to Road Fund Board. Why is it taking your government more than half a year to get a board just constituted or to get a chief executive appointed? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is also an appeal to the acting leader of the House and to draw his attention to a similar situation akin to what the minority leader just narrated. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, our public universities have no properly constituted councils. The current councils in place have outlived their tenures of office. Indeed, by law, newly constituted councils should have been outlawed in January 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is June, and this is yet to be done. And I therefore wish to also appeal to government to do the needful by ensuring that the universities have properly constituted councils so that teaching and learning and the governance of our apex institutions of learning can go on smoothly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Deputy, yes, Honourable Member. Yes.
Page 3. Page 3, question number 45. No, 47. The last lesson is Duri Jam. The question is in my name.
Yes.
It's a correction.
Correction of what?
The name of a community. Roman number VII.
Yes.
Yeah, Duri Jam, not Jam.
Spell it.
The Duri is D-U-O-R.
Can you please speak into the mic?
I said the Duri is D-U-O-R-I before the Jam.
To his compound?
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, table office, take note. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, could you kindly attempt to respond to the issues? Honourable Member, are you on your feet to comment on the business statement?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, there is an issue I want to bring to our attention, even though we discussed this matter before, and that is about the required for research assistance. The last time the matter came up, I made a point that there are two categories of master's degree holders. We have the research masters and we have the normal masters. Mr. Speaker, if we care to know, I have some data on me regarding the proportion of masters. And it is instructive to know that we don't have enough holders of research masters in this country. During the 2018-2019 academic year, we had about 5,000 of students who possess...
Honourable Member, what are you correcting? Your name?
I'm saying that we need to revisit the issue of the qualification needed by...
Honourable Member, we are dealing with the business statement now. We are dealing with business statement now. So please, you are out of question.
Mr. Speaker, first on the concerns raised by my respected colleague, Honorable Minta Kando. Mr. Speaker, I will refer him to Order 66 and 67. Issue of admissibility is solely in the hands of Mr. Speaker, and if Mr. Speaker admits his question, the next thing is that same will be to the table office, and then your committee would look at it. So I believe that he has to take up his concerns with the table office. It is not a matter of the business committee having delayed him. And that impression was what he was trying to create. No, at all. There is no such thing before the business committee. And then, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ablakwa also expressed worry as to why the finance minister is yet to respond to his question. I think a firm indication was given that he would come and respond to the question. You need a fact, and it is important that he comes with a fact. Yesterday he was here to answer some questions. That it's only fair to give him that space, and I'm sure that once those facts are available, we will find space to get him to be here. Mr. Speaker, the right of a member to get responses from the executive is a far right. Nobody can stampede it. And this is the biggest platform we have. So I would encourage members to utilize this platform, so that we get the work done and done properly. So I want to assure my colleague, he needed an assurance from me. We'll follow up with the minister and ensure that he comes to respond to you. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the issue of security matter, I think that is so. I would want to encourage committee leadership to take up some of these things. This is something that Honorable Suyin also raised, that the tree planting, the success thereof, you need briefing. I think these are matters that committees can take up, then meet with the ministers, and then a report could come. Regarding the motion that minority leader says he intends to file, Mr. Speaker, that is why we've made provision for motions. If you look at 2C, motions, right, Honorable Speaker, motions may be debated and consequential resolutions, if any. So, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should have no worries at all. He should file his motion, you determine admissibility, and then we'll deal with it. So he should not worry, but I'm sure he wanted to make a political punch, at least for the time being, ahead of filing his motion. No problem at all about that. Mr. Speaker, I think that's all about it. Formally, for consideration next week, I think the appropriate agencies are going to come. We met with GetFund yesterday. It was inconclusive. I believe that they've assured us that they will come for us to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, without more responses, I thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Forson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter that the Honorable Samuel Ablakwa raised, referencing the cost of the use of the top-notch, luxurious private jet that was supposedly rented for the purposes of His Excellency the President's travel in May 2021 to France, Belgium, and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand the reason why we are asking for time. Mr. Speaker, this is simple because the bill has already been paid. Because the way private jet works, you have to pay before the service is indeed rendered. And so I cannot understand the reason why they are asking for time. Mr. Speaker, the expenses has already been incurred for this top-notch luxurious aircraft. And that is why it's important, Mr. Speaker, that the minister responsible for finance should appear before us and answer the simple question of the cost. All what the Honorable Ablakwa and the minority is asking for is the cost of this luxurious top-notch aircraft, Mr. Speaker, so it's important for him to appear before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable members, let me be clear on this matter. Honorable Ablakwa filed 2 questions, and I hope members are listening. Both questions were admitted by Mr. Speaker, and the questions were forwarded to the ministers concerned, Finance and the Minister for Defense. Answers were submitted. They were published to be taken. They could not be taken. Definitely, they will have to be programmed to be taken. There is no problem with it at all. In fact, but the question did not extend to what the Honorable Atufose had just stated. I think that is his addition. And if he wants, he could also file another question about top-notch executive jet and all those things. Maybe that is his language. But let me disabuse what has been put on the social media that the Honorable said. The questions. There is no iota of truth in that publication. The questions were admitted and forwarded to the ministers. And the ministers have indicated to me their readiness to come and answer the questions. So there should be no problem. Business committee, do the right thing, get them programmed for the ministers to come and answer. With this, honorable members, I think the business statement as presented is adopted. Today being Friday, the clear intention of the House is to adjourn earlier than before. But we have one critical decision to take. We tried yesterday and we could not take a decision on it. I am reliably informed that leadership put their heads together and have come out with a position. This is in respect of item 7 on the order paper, the safe report of the Appointments Committee. I am told leadership agreed to take out the names of the contentious candidates and to take the remaining as a consensual position. I want confirmation or otherwise on this. Is that the position, Chairman of Committee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. After a meeting this morning, we have agreed the nominee on whom there's no agreement will be removed from the report. We will take the rest of the report, and then the issue relating to her will further consult before the next report is made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, then we can move to, at the commencement of public business, item 7, motion that this Honorable House adopt the safe report of the Appointments Committee of His Excellency the President's nominations for deputy ministerial appointments. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker, the report has already been laid, so before I move the report, if I may seek your indulgence to make these amendments. Mr. Speaker, on page 2 of the report, you delete item X. Item X on page 2 of the report. And then on page 49, we remove paragraph 4.10 all through on page 49, item 4.10 all through to page 56. Page 56 up to item 4.10.3. The Speaker, I pray that all those pages are deleted before I proceed with the motion.
Honourable members. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, if the chairman's attention can further be drawn to page 77, the paragraph 5.0 coming into page 78, the same consequential correction, if it can come from him. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Minority Leader is right. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, may also on page 78 delete item X on page 78 of the report. Thank you.
Honourable members, the items and paragraphs as referred to are deleted accordingly. The chairman may now move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House adopts the report, the 6th report of the Appointments Committee on the President's nomination for Deputy Ministerial appointments. The Speaker, I will only make references to the highlights, and I pray that the Hunter Department capture the entire report, same having duly presented. The Speaker, this report covers the nomination of Honourable Andrew Kofi Ejapa-Mensah as Deputy Minister for Energy, John Intim-Fojo as Deputy Minister for Education, Honourable George Mekuduka for Lands and Natural Resources, Honourable Amankwa Menu for Defence, Honourable Nana Eya Kwansa, Honourable Deputy Minister for Interior, Honourable Hassan Suleiman Atampuli for Transport, Honourable John Ampontwe Kuma for Finance, Honourable Frederick Obingadum for Transport, Honourable Mavis Nkansan Bwedu for Roads and Highways, Honourable Evans Opoku Bobie for Youth and Sports, Honourable Amidu Isahaku China for Sanitation and Water Resources, Honourable Hadi Tuferu, Food and Agriculture, Honourable Miss Diana Asunabadapa, Deputy Attorney General, and Honourable Tina Nayele Mensah as Honourable Deputy Minister Designate. The Speaker, the committee, in considering the nominations, made references to the Constitution, the standing orders, and the CVs of the nominees. Before starting the hearing, the Speaker, the candidates' nominations were published in newspapers of national circulation and memoranda from the public. The Speaker must put on record that the committee did not receive any petitions or memoranda from the public as requested. Mr. Speaker, the questions they answered, their background and others are all captured in the report from pages 3 through to page 77. Mr. Speaker, I'll go to the conclusion. The conclusion is that, Mr. Speaker, this committee, after duly considering the nominations of His Excellency, the President, has recommended for approval by this House all the persons previously mentioned for the roles as recommended, as nominated. I so move. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to draw the chairman's attention. I'm seeing the names item XII and XIV. That's Amidu Isaku Chinia, and then Miss Diana Sunaba Papa. Based on what we have been, they were vetted on that Friday. Yes, they were vetted on that Friday. And Mr. Speaker, as part of our building consensus and managing the challenges that we were having as a committee, we had some understanding that I hope the chairman will take note and make the necessary amendment for item XII, that's Roman number 12, that's Honorable Amidu Isahaku Chinia, and then XIV, that's Miss Diana Sunaba Dapa, the two of them. If that amendment can be made so that we will continue. Most grateful. Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of the meeting we had this morning, there were other nominees which our colleagues suggested we discuss further. And so we agreed that their report will be taken on another date. Apparently, they have been part of this report. Indeed, if I had not drawn my attention, I would not have. So in that report, Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to amend the report again, that on page 2, item XII, delete, and item XIV, also delete. Now to find them here, somewhere here, in the main body of the page 55. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I also pray that we delete item 4.12 on page 63 through to page 65, item 4.12.3 on page 65. And on page 69, delete item 4.14 through to item 4.143 on page 73. As we got, I pray that we amend the report by deleting those pages for the time.
Honourable members, further amendment to the report is hereby granted. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I just want to add that, Mr. Speaker, largely these are our own colleagues, members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as I have argued on this floor time and time again, it is my candid belief that when members of Parliament are elected and get the opportunity to be nominated as ministers, in my view, we should not be vetting them, because I want to believe that they've been vetted through the election. Because if you look at the essence of the vetting or the appointments committee, Mr. Speaker, it is to ensure that those qualify to be members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, where these appointments or the light of the appointment committee happens are places where you have presidential system. If you look at the parliamentary system, like in the UK, ministers that are chosen amongst members of Parliament do not go through vetting. I want to believe that this is something that we need to bring to the foreburner and be able to use that as a process of reducing the time that it takes for a government to get formed and the time that Parliament spends in trying to vet the ministers and deputy ministers. Because largely you go into this appointment committee work, and unfortunately for us, having over the years not been able to educate our populace very well, there's always this misunderstanding about what our role truly is. And you get a lot of expectations outside the mandate of the committee. And in many instances, creates a lot of discomfort for members of the committee. The Speaker, like I said, most of the gentlemen and ladies were our own colleagues. We tried to elucidate understanding of the areas where they were heading to serve as deputy ministers. And Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that many of them are capable of our performing to our expectation. And I want to urge the House to approve their nominations so that they will go and serve as deputy ministers, as some of them were already deputy ministers in the Parliament and the previous regime. And I have no doubt that they will continue to do their best in the best interest of our country. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and I support the approval of these names. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor and invite your indulgence and to raise an observation that is closely associated with the nomination and approval and appointment of cabinet ministers and ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of names of ministers of state, 27 of them, that were referred to this House on the 21st of January 2021, 27 members who are ministers, some of them are sector ministers. Mr. Speaker, conspicuously absent on the list of cabinet ministers and even sector ministers of state is the omission of two regions that do not have a representation in the cabinet or as sector ministers. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this cannot be overemphasized. It is a constitutional provision under the Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 35, that there must be regional balance, reasonable regional balance in the appointment of political appointees and public servants in the political service, in the political system. It is against this background that I think that the omission by His Excellency, the President, to appoint ministers of state, at least a minister of state each, for his region, and also from the OT region, is in breach of this constitution. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, Article 35 deals with political objectives of the country, and the Director of Principle of State Policy have variously been described as the heartbeat and the spirit of the Constitution. And I think that if this provision is the heartbeat and the spirit of the Constitution, it's only fair that we give practical expression and importance to it by making sure that when we are making appointments, particularly to the cabinet or to the sector ministries, almost everyone should have at least one representation. There are 16 regions, and there are 27 ministers, and there are 19 cabinet ministers. Mr. Speaker, if you, for example, let me quote Article 35(6)(b) of the Constitution. Towards the achievement of the objective stated in clause 5 of this article, the state shall take appropriate measures to achieve reasonable regional and gender balance in recruitment and appointment to public offices. What are the objectives behind this? One, to foster political unity and cohesion in the country. Secondly, to provide for participatory democracy, that is deepen democracy in the country. And then thirdly, to deepen democracy in the country. So if we have all to participate, we have to deepen democracy, we have to unify this country. Then, at a cabinet meeting, if an issue from a particular region or affect a particular region, I think the President just needs to look around and say, yes, always so we are from this region, what do you have to say about it? If that happens, then the cabinet will be blessed with to take an informed decision, because the honorable member from that region will be able to assist the cabinet to take that decision. Mr. Speaker, during the proceeding of the Consultative Assembly, of which I pride to have been one of them, this issue was very, very well considered. In fact, at that time, there must be a quota system in the appointment of people to the political offices and recruitment to the security services. And because of what had happened in the past, that some of these appointments were limited to the urban areas, to the towns, etc., and leaving the rural areas that form the majority of the people of this country. So it was decided that we should make a provision under the Director of Principle of State Policy for appointment to be based on quota basis, so that every region will be catered for. But during the course of the discussions, our attention was drawn to the fact as a unitary state, it would have been a radical approach, and with the populations, regions having different populations, it would have been very difficult to make quota system, and that would have been very radical. So, with the compromise was that let's provide for the appointed authorities to have at the back of their minds and ensure that there's regional balance in the appointment of people to public offices and to the security services. It is not for nothing that we did that. Mr. Speaker will recall that under the 1969 Constitution, it was provided that only members of Parliament can be ministers of state. If you are not a member of Parliament, you cannot be appointed as a minister. Unfortunately, the Volta region did not have a member of Parliament on the Progress Party ticket, and therefore there was no minister from that region. And that was a disservice to this country. The region at that time, like the Volta region, had no minister of state or minister in cabinet. And therefore, if there were matters affecting the Volta region, nobody was there to assist the cabinet. And that is why we made this provision to depart from the Constitution of 1969 and 1979. It was not for any bad reason, but for purposes of this country and participatory development of this country. Mr. Speaker, in 2001, when President Kufuor was sworn in and was appointing his cabinet, at the end of the day, there was no minister from the Upper West region. No minister was appointed from the Upper West region. And during the Meet the Press program, he was challenged by the pressmen as to why he had omitted to appoint a minister from the Upper West region. I regret to say that the gentry giant had this infamous statement to make, that there was no suitable material from the Upper West region for him to work with. That was very unfortunate, that there was no suitable material from the Upper West region for him to work with or for him to appoint as a cabinet minister. That was quite unfortunate. But sooner than later, with the greatest respect, he had the humble pie and appointed one Professor Kasim Kasanga and then a lecturer at the University of Parliamentary University of Science and Technology as Minister for Lands and Forestry. That was my schoolmate in the Congo Secondary School, a professor. And we all know that if you take the then 3 northern regions before they were divided into 5 or 6, Upper West region had more intelligence than any other region, more experienced civil servants and public servants. Yet President Kufuor said so. He didn't take a cue from this. So I expected that when President Kufuor did this, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo would have appointed at least one region from Oti region, one minister from Oti region, and another minister from the Upper East region, where I come from. But unfortunately, he failed to do that, and that is why I'm using this forum to draw his attention to it, so he should do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I don't want it to be said or to be taken that it is payback time. It is tried knowledge that in 2020 election, out of 15 constituencies, MPP got only 1 constituency in the Upper East region. And in the Oti region, they had no member of parliament. Is it payback time? No, it shouldn't be. Is it payback time? You didn't give me an MP, therefore I won't give you a minister. He is bound by the constitution to give them a minister, and not bound by the outcome of the parliamentary election. And I think that it's important that we draw the attention of the President to do the right thing. I believe it was an oversight. And if it was an oversight, then we should correct the oversight now. Mr. Speaker, even if there was no constitutional provision, with the greatest respect, I think it is common sense that if you have a cabinet of 16 regions, and then the constitution allows you to appoint as many ministers as possible, you should have at least 1 from each region. And cabinet, there are 19. So every region could have benefited from 1 cabinet minister, 16. Then the 3 can go to any other region. If you look at the list now, there are some regions that have about 2 or 3 cabinet ministers, and other regions don't have anybody at all. Are we one country, one people, and one destiny? No. No. And we can't allow this thing to be happening. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court, they have been arguments that, the provisions of the directive principle of state policy are not justiciable. That they are not justiciable. So they are just there for you to observe or for you to be guided. With the greatest respect, the highest court of the land has made a pronouncement of this. And they have said that they are justiciable, they are enforceable. One of such cases, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be seen to be pedantic or to be academic, but at least to allay the fears of some people that if the President does so, doesn't do so, the Supreme Court has held that it is justiciable. In the case of Ghana Lottery Operator Association and 5 others versus National Lottery Authority, a case that was presided by Justice Probe, by Justice Dakeban, a very renowned Supreme Court judge and a law lecturer of all of us who have done law, was the one who delivered the judgment. And among other things, he said this, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, an issue is justiciable if it is capable of being settled by a court. Prima facie, one would have thought that everything in the Constitution should be justiciable. The Constitution is a legal document containing the most important rules on political governance. The court's ability of ensuring that these rules are complied with, to my mind, therefore, the starting point of the analysis should be that the Constitution is justiciable, unless there are strong indications to the contrary in the text or content of the Constitution. We therefore have much sympathy with the position of Adare JSC as he then was, in the case of the New Patriotic Party, that's the Attorney General. That is the 31st December case. And that was reported in the 1993-1994 True Ghana Law Report, page 65 to 66, when he said, and I quote, Justice Adadi, as stated earlier, the plaintiff relies inter alia on Articles 35 and 41 of the Constitution 1992. Both these articles come under Chapter 6 of the Constitution 1992 entitled Directive Principles of State Policy. It has been maintained in certain quarters that these directive principles are not justiciable and therefore cannot avail the plaintiff. And he continues, I'm aware that this idea of the alleged non-justiciability of the regulatory principles is pleaded very widely, but I have not found it convincingly substantiated anywhere. I have the uncomfortable feeling that this may be one of those cases where a falsehood, given sufficient currency, manages to pass as the truth. I do not subscribe to the view that Chapter 6 of the Constitution 1992 is not justiciable. First, the Constitution 1992 as a whole is a justiciable document. If any part is to be non-justiciable, the Constitution itself must say so. I have not seen anything in Chapter 6 or in the Constitution 1992 generally which tells me that Chapter 6 is not justiciable. The evidence to establish the non-justiciability must be internal to the Constitution 1992, not otherwise, for the simple reason that if the preferred proof is external to the Constitution 1992, it must not of necessity conflict with it and be void and inadmissible. We cannot add words to the Constitution in order to change its meaning. And therefore, Chapter 6 of the Constitution is justiciable. If it is justiciable, it means the President, by failing to appoint a minister and one from Upper West, not just a cabinet minister from Upper West and then Upper East and Oti region, is something that we should pray to him to try and enforce. Maybe let me conclude, Mr. Q, by saying that those who hold this view that they are not justiciable must be misled or be swayed by two documents. The experts committee, in the report that they submit to the Constituent Assembly, said that these provisions were not justiciable. The Indian Constitution also said that they are not justiciable. But the Constituent Assembly looked at it and removed that aspect that said that they are not justiciable and left it there that they are justiciable. Constitution as compared to the Indian Constitution, where it is stated broadly. So the justices are saying that if it is intended to be excluded, let the Constitution say so. If the Constitution has not said so, then it must be enforced. It is with greater respect that I want to use this forum to invite His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to, as a matter of urgency, appoint a cabinet minister for the Upper East region and the Oti region in fulfillment of the requirements and the aspirations of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet on a point of order, but I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague was raising a constitutional issue. His contention is that the failure of the President to have a minister from Upper East in his cabinet is unconstitutional. That is, in plain language, his contention. Mr. Speaker, we may be guided. 76 of the Constitution. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Article 76 is clear. He is not saying that the President has not appointed a minister from Upper East. If that was his argument, then on all fours, he would have a point. He has not argued that there is no minister from Upper East. He is saying that there must be, yes, but it is not, if he says that he is expressing that, so be it. But if he says it's unconstitutional, I am saying that we must not mislead people into thinking that the Constitution says so. That is all my point. In any event, what is in consideration here is deputy ministerial nominees. So you have been overtaken by events. We are not considering ministerial nominees, it's deputy ministerial nominees. All I want to say is that the President hasn't breached Article 76 of the Constitution. Simplicity, as you try to argue. That is my point.
Honorable members, I thought this being a report that had been agreed upon by members on the basis of consensus, we will not be spending too much time in debating it again. But the Chief Whip, majority, you have a point you insist you want to make.
Speaker, I thank you for
your kindness. Speaker, first of all, I want to commend the men and women who have had the privilege of being appointed by the President to be considered by this August House. And I'm very confident that they will come to complement the good works started by their ministers. Speaker, it will be remiss on my part not to commend you. Commend your good self for the intervention yesterday, and particularly commend the First Deputy Speaker, both House, both leadership, for the understanding we've had. At a point yesterday, I was very worried about what was happening, and I think that both sides of the House expressed the worry. I think the appointment committee has done a good job. The leadership of the appointment committee has shown leadership since the dawn of their work, and particularly this time, the kind of work they did amidst the COVID, it showed true leadership, and the appointment committee needs to be commended. What happened yesterday nearly marred the good works that you've chalked and the good works that both leadership have chalked. I want to appeal that what happened yesterday some of these happenings in the future. Speaker, let me conclude by commending all the nominees and to urge them and wish them the best of luck in their deliberations and endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your opportunity.
Honourable members, I proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee as amended, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the committee is accordingly adopted. The nominations of the following as deputy ministers have accordingly been approved by the House. They are: 1. Honorable Andrew Kofi Ejepamesa, Deputy Energy. Honorable John Intim Fojo, Honorable George Mreku, Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Kofi Amankwamenu, Deputy Minister for Defense. Honorable Nana Ehia Kwansa, Deputy Minister for Transport. Deputy Minister for Interior. Honorable Hassan Suleimana Tampuli, Deputy Minister for Transport. Honorable John Amtua Kuma, Deputy Minister for Finance. Honorable Frederick Obeng Adom, Deputy Minister for Transport. Honorable Mavis Nkansa Boedu, Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Evans Opoku Bobie, Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports. Honorable Mohammed Hadi Tuferu, Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. And Honorable Tina Na Ayele Mensah, Deputy Minister for Health. Honorable members, these nominees have accordingly been approved by the House and will be forwarded by me to His Excellency the President for his kind consideration of appointing them as Deputy Ministers of State. Let me also add my voice in thanking the leadership of the Appointments Committee and the leadership in general for listening to my counsel yesterday and for putting their heads together and resolving the impasse to enable us take the decision today. I thank you so much for that. I want to add a word to the members of Parliament who have got this responsibility bestowed on them by His Excellency the President, that your primary duty is to the people of Ghana as the representatives of the people. That is your primary duty. The people elected you to represent them in Parliament. You owe that primary duty to the people and to Parliament. You have been given additional responsibility by His Excellency the President. That is secondary. If you decide to sacrifice the mandate and legitimacy of the people for that of His Excellency the President, you do that at your own peril. But we in this House will continue to hold you responsible to the people of Ghana. They say a word to the wise. Enough. As for what my senior Honorable Cletus Avoka has stated, it should not, is my senior at the bar. And in any case, he was born long before me. He's my senior. Don't let his voice be like Moses in the wilderness. It means a lot for the cohesion and for our agenda of nation building. We should take these things seriously. It sins against some of the provisions of the Constitution. It is not unconstitutional. I say it sins against some of the constitutional provisions. And so I think that is a call on His Excellency to take that on board in future. I thank all of you for your cooperation. I will now ask for guidance from leadership. Yes, the available leader.
Mr. Speaker, nothing now remains except to, Mr. Speaker, except to move that this House be adjourned until Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for.
Honorable members, the motion is to adjourn the House to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. Those in favor say aye. Those against say I think the noes have it. The noes have it. And so we are going to continue with business. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we only hope you could take a question again. Well, Speaker, there are a lot more of committee meetings that have to be taken. And Mr. Speaker, you know today is also Friday. As yesterday you rightly mentioned, members have to try and catch up in their conferences in good time. Mr. Speaker, we are almost at 1 o'clock, so we'll be grateful if the question will be taken again.
Well, this is the time I'm in your hands. It is not the time you are in my hands. And so you are taking the decision, and your decision is to continue with business. Now, if you want to reconsider your earlier decision, do so. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House should be adjourned to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon, to enable us go and continue committee and other works in our conference. I so move.
Just get clarification. Is the House moving to adjourn to 10 in the forenoon or in the afternoon? Yes, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I get the sense of the House is to adjourn to 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. I therefore move that this House should stand adjourned until Tuesday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker,
yes, please.
Second the motion for adjournment.
Motion moved and seconded. I put the question. Those in favor of the adjournment to Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon. Those against say no. Honorable members, I think the noes have it. Honorable members, the noes have it, and I'm moving to item Well, we must continue with business. That's the decision of the House. So I want to continue with the business. We still have a number of items, and since you are interested in going on, yes, Majority Deputy Whip.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it has to do with the time and not adjournment.
It has to do with the time.
With the time.
The time was part of the motion.
It was.
Honorable Deputy Whip, I actually don't see that issue because the first motion was to adjourn to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. It was rejected. The second motion was to adjourn to 2, and it was accepted. And so, no, it was also rejected. Yes, it was also rejected. And so, what other time do you prefer? Not 10 in the forenoon, not 2 in the afternoon. Four in the afternoon. Yes, Honorable Majalga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the first vote was based on not listening to you attentively. I think members want 10 o'clock in the forenoon, but we inadvertently voted against the motion. And we thought that our chief whip will repeat the application for the motion and for the same time. And somehow he was wrongly inspired by others to change the time to 2 p.m. Mr. Speaker, I think that generally the sense is that the adjournment should be to 10 o'clock in the forenoon on Tuesday. So, Mr. Speaker, we will appeal to you to allow us to move a 10 for adjournment to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I humbly wish to second the motion for adjournment until Tuesday, 10 a.m. in the forenoon. Thank you.
Those in favor of adjournment to Tuesday, 10 in the forenoon, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thank you for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for our second brief for this week. This brief will be delivered to us by the Minister responsible for Health, the Honorable Kweku Ajiman Menu, Member of Parliament. This morning, there are a number of dignitaries who have joined him here, and I want to take a few minutes to acknowledge their presence. I'm sure I'll invite them at some point to join us, particularly when it comes to responding to some specific questions at their specific agencies. The Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Patrick Kuma Abwaji, who on the Minister's authority has been with us regularly on COVID-related briefs, is here this morning. This morning's brief goes beyond COVID, so he's here with us. Thank you for being with us. The Chief Executive of the Food and Drugs Authority, Dilis Mimi Dakon. She's the woman in charge of the vaccines. All the vaccines are under her authority. She's here with us as well. The Acting Registrar of the Medical and Dental Council, Dr. Divine Banyubala. Divine, where are you? Thank you very much for being with us. They have a number of issues with blood donation exercises, etc. I hope you ask questions on that so that he can have room to provide some answers. the Chief Executive of the National... Oh, no, sorry. He's with the Medical and Dental Council, so I got that mixed up, rather. The Chief Executive of the National Blood Service, rather, Dr. Justine Ansah. Where are you? Yes, you are the one who has issues with blood donation, so I hope questions come your way. The National Health Insurance Authority is here with us, Dr. Jani Selby. There you are, Doc. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us as well. There are a number of other dignitaries who are here who I'll introduce as we go along. This morning's brief, colleagues, will be in three parts. And I want to just take time to highlight what the minister will be speaking to so that we are guided accordingly, and then he will take questions on those briefs. First is essentially the fact, and he will provide data and evidence to back this brief, that Ghana's COVID response program is steadily on course despite the challenges that come up every now and then. And he will give us some data to show why we believe we are steadily on course despite the challenges that come up every now and then. Second is the fact that, yes, COVID put a lot of pressure on the health system of the country. But the health system of the country has actually made gains in many other areas, has held its own in many other areas, despite the pressures of COVID. So before COVID, we had other issues that we were dealing with: maternal mortality, doctor to population ratios, all other health issues that we were dealing with. And the fear was that because of COVID, as attention moves solely onto COVID, we may fall short in many of these areas. The Honorable Minister has a brief for us that will detail with data and statistics showing how our health system has held its own and in some areas even made gains despite the pressures of COVID. And we think that through you, it will be important to let the people of the Republic of Ghana know of this. The third is some very good news we have to share with you about the National Health Insurance Scheme. You'll recall that health insurance has been touted as one of the keys to ensuring that healthcare delivery, access, payment for healthcare services is adequately provided for in this country. But over the years, we've had problems with the health insurance scheme. The minister responsible for health in his third brief would explain to us some major successes that we have chalked in turning around the health insurance scheme and its performance, including one of the key measures, what we call the active membership. What is the percentage of the population at any point in time that is actively utilizing the health insurance scheme? Not how many people have registered, because people can register and not use it. People can register and not renew. So one of the most important measures is the act. I want to draw your attention so that in educating the public, you draw attention to that particular measure. What is the percentage of the population that is actively using the health insurance scheme at any point in time? Active membership. And between 2016 and now, we've been keeping an eye on active membership, among other indices, and the Honorable Minister has some data to share with us. So, it's a good time to invite the Minister responsible for health, the Honorable Kweku Agyeman, Member of Parliament. I wanted to say your other name, but I've chosen not to say it. Please join us. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Some people say he's the minister responsible for COVID, but I don't want to say that.
In general, fighting the battle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My colleague Minister for Information, all the directors and agency heads from my ministry and the agencies, the entire media of the nation, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've been the Minister for Information. I've given a brief summary of what I intend doing this morning. Just speak on 3 areas in health, and because of time, that is why we're doing that. You couldn't go nowhere without starting with COVID. And I must say, where we are, we can even write a success story. but we cannot celebrate yet. Because as I stand here, though we have done so well, our numbers are quite down, we still don't know when we're going to get another wave. If we conduct ourselves well, the way we have been doing in the past, and we don't begin to remove our masks, we don't begin to misbehave ourselves, and continue to adhere to the protocols that we have been trained to adhere to, I believe our numbers can even go down. So let me say that we have chalked some good performance in the battle with COVID. Total number of cases that have been confirmed so far from March last year to this time, 15th of June, it's around 94,619. Total tests reported. We have done 1.2 million, a little over that, tests, including the test at Kotoka International Airport. Our positivity rate, we used to have 10 sometime last year. Despite our second wave, our positivity rate is now 7.8%. Total deaths, however, is quite big, 789. But if you compare to other jurisdictions, people are dying 4,000 a day, 3,000. But with the investments that we put into COVID, we are now getting some situation that will leave some legacies for us in this country. Laboratory governance. We have established a laboratory network coordinating committee which assisted in developing relevant guidelines and standards and monitored activities of the laboratories. This is ongoing, and I know to continue in good time to make sure that we have standards that we are monitoring within the laboratory setup for both public and private laboratories. At the beginning of the response, we had only 2 laboratories for COVID testing. But as I speak, we have expanded, and we can now boast of 43 laboratory testing centers in our country. And the type of these laboratories, we have 32 that can do PCR testing, 8 antigen testing, then combined PCR antigen, we have 3 centers, and then GhanaWeb machines that we're using to detect TB pathogens. We now have 35 that can also do some aspect of PCR testing. Antigen tests that have been conducted at Kotoka so far is about 311,000, and we have detected 1,821 people who were actually bringing in the diseases that we confronted at the border. All we have been doing is to try to protect ourselves from imports, because that is where we had our first index cases in this country. So we have detected 1,821 out of the 311,226 tests we have done, giving us a positivity rate of 0.6%. Guidelines for both PCR antigen tests have also been developed, and this is in circulation and in use. We've started genomic sequencing to try to identify the type of variants that we are seeing in our country. That will help us fight the battle better. Tracing so far, contact tracing have depended on reported cases. Airport testing is working that well. Mandatory quarantine for airport travelers. Supply of vehicles for contact tracing, that is what we did to facilitate them to move faster and work more efficiently. We have actually had an effective ambulance system that is helping us fight the COVID battle. In fact, if we hadn't been a bit visionary and had brought in the 307 ambulances, one page constituency, we wouldn't have known how we could have fought the COVID battle. We have had tremendous support from the ambulance service with the rolling stocks that were put in and some investments that we made there. Now, we managed to get isolation centers which are still running in the system for further endemics or pandemics if we should face any more. I believe we have motivated staff who have helped us that much. We started giving them allowances, and this has helped us quite a lot. Now, treatment. Currently, there are 73 treatment centers in the country. Each has a treatment facility, 11 in Greater Accra. All teaching hospitals are treatment centers now. Tema and Ridge were the only facilities at the beginning of the response. And initially, early March, when the president requested that we should take him around to see what we call our treatment centers, we went to only Tema and reach. And even what was there, as I speak, with the investment that we've made into treatment centers and the expansion things that we've done in the teaching hospitals, those two places, you wouldn't even call them treatment centers any longer. All treatment centers are generally well stocked with PPEs and logistics for patient care that will last more than 20 days. Oxygen strategy is being developed for oxygen supplies or availability with technical support from the Clinton Foundation. At the moment, we have actually built up our oxygen supplies. Critically ill and severely ill people have seemed to gone down. Our ICUs seem to be a little bit empty, but we are forcing ourselves to ensure that if you should have a wave, you wouldn't get into a situation where we are struggling for oxygen. But in the medium, long term, we're developing the strategy that will be implemented to make sure that we wouldn't be crying about oxygen any longer. For the time being, we are getting support from USAID and Clinton Foundation to give us some plans that will help us actually increase availability of oxygen for the moment. Reasonable private sector support have managed to create what we call the Ghana East Infectious Disease Center. And we have actually linked to the private sector. I can mention Yahoo facility, for example, which is also now a key treatment center for us in the country. We have improved capacity building for staff, and virtually all the treatment centers we're talking about now have some level of staff that can actually do treatment efficiently, just like we are doing at Ghana East Hospital and the Infectious Disease Center. A private sector COVID fund for COVID-19 was also set up. We are now working to try to see if we can make that place a permanent sort of fund to support the health system, make it a little bit more resilient. I have said that we now have staff with capacity to manage ICU in all regions, compared to only 6 during the assessment in June 2020. So we've also made some good improvement. This is capacity to manage severely and critically ill cases that we seem to have improved upon. We have started processes towards the establishment of a Ghana CDC, and that will be a big legacy that this pandemic had pushed us to look at. And we will soon be establishing CDC that will be sitting permanently to be tackling infectious diseases. Now let me go back or continue with vaccine procurement and deployment. A comprehensive plan was developed to vaccinate 20 million people, which is about 60% of the population, in phases, starting with most at-risk groups. You might wonder why Ghana was the first country to have benefited from COVAX initiative by sending the 600,000 doses of AstraZeneca sometime late February. One reason was that our vaccine deployment plan was about the first to have been done in Africa. When we sent it as part of the requirements for registration to receive vaccines, ours was adjudged the best, and therefore they couldn't hide themselves, shy away from us. That is one of the reasons why they sent us the vaccines first. COVID consignment 600,000 AstraZeneca was received, and on the 24th February. We started deployment on the 1st of March, 2021, and we plan to vaccinate all individuals. Now, MTN donation on 2 tranches of 315,000 doses on the African Medicines Platform window. Now, because of our fast deployment of our vaccines, countries that received some vaccines in Africa, some of them couldn't administer very quickly, so some were withdrawn, and we became beneficiaries, because COVAX still wanted to help us get the second dose to people. So they gave us another 350,000 withdrawn from Congo into this country. Now, because of our performance, the sister country close here had actually sent a team to come and see how Ghana was managing our vaccination and how we were moving at that very fast pace. Côte d'Ivoire had visited to learn peer review from Ghana in terms of vaccine deployment. Those of us who have not had our second dose yet, there is a lot of hope. We have indications that is giving us hope for the very near future. We're expecting vaccines from the US. We've got a promise from the UK to try to help us get our second dose go through very quickly. The numbers are just about what will give us the gap that we have with the second dose. The exact date that is coming, we don't know, but we anticipate this late June, early July, these things will happen. Science is now telling us, I've told you several times, that this disease continues to manifest itself against all scientific thinking. Today it is this, tomorrow it is that. That is how this virus is treating scientists on the globe. Now they are telling us that even if you don't get it within the 8 to 12 weeks, you get even better protected if the time span between your first and second jab is a little bit expanded. So you shouldn't get too worried. If you have the first dose and you haven't got the second dose within the 12 weeks, you're still going to be protected until we give you the second dose. But that will not be longer. That will not be longer at all. So there is hope. And let me assure you that government is working in all fronts to try to find the vaccines to do the vaccinations for those who haven't had the second jab, and then start with new vaccinations for the first dose. In the instance of vaccine availability, we are not careful. Vaccine hesitancy that we thought had reduced might begin to come up again. So we need to do a lot of education in that area as well. I'm still talking about vaccine availability. And the supply side of the vaccines has been a little bit murky in country. When we got announcements that we're not going to get vaccines as has been scheduled from India through the COVAX window, we needed to look at how we can get vaccines to vaccinate our people, protect our people. At the time, FDA had approved only 2 vaccines, AstraZeneca and Sputnik. AstraZeneca had closed its borders, and there was no way any vaccine was going to be shipped from India. So the only other option to engage was the Sputnik. Our first effort was to try to do bilateral engagements. It yielded no significant results. We had to write to the foreign minister of Russia. We wrote to the health minister of Russia. We wrote to the trade minister of Russia, trying to see how best they can facilitate us to do bilateral engagements so we could buy Sputnik from the source. All these didn't yield any responses and no significant results, to the extent that we even invited the deputy ambassador of Russia for an engagement, and he couldn't facilitate our move. We therefore had no other option than to try to engage middlemen to see how best we can get the vaccines. In the process, we signed 2 agreements. One that was going to sell vaccines to us for $19. The other one was 18.5, and not 26 that has been reported in the media that we have procured another vaccine for $26. These agreements that we signed were done with the view that it will only become operational after we have placed orders and have issued letters of credit. So if you haven't done these, the agreements were just going to be sitting down redundant. So we needed to operationalize with 2 activities. The first one, the $19, we had a delivery schedule that will span the 3.4 million committed quantities to be delivered in 3 months to July. The first tranche was 300,000 that we issued an LC for. The LC delayed, and after its confirmation, about 3 weeks after we started the process to get the LC go, the supplier only told us that he had run out of stocks and we should give them 2 weeks. They were expecting deliveries from Russia. Later, they came and said to us that they can only deliver in July. So when we delayed a little bit, they have sold their stocks. So they were selling to us at 19. I don't know how much they sold to other people, said that the stocks ran out before our LC got ready. This has become some massive debate in country, but government is committed that no matter what, we will find the vaccines to try to protect our population with. On the face of regulation, We had emergency use authorization, which is working well. FDA had approved now 3 vaccines. AstraZeneca and Sputnik were the first 2, and quite recently, about 10 days ago, Johnson & Johnson had been added. And let me let the country know that we have placed orders with African Medicines Platform in our efforts to engage bilaterally. And we have indications now that we have approved Johnson & Johnson that our first batch of vaccines to come from that window, the AU-supported procurement, will begin to arrive in this country sometime in August. We are still waiting for exact date. And between now and August, it's not too far. If we behave ourselves well, we can wait. We wouldn't die before these vaccines also arrive. And we have quite a large quantity to spread across 2022. So government is working so hard to get our people vaccinated. FDA, we have announced earlier, had actually got regulatory maturity level 3. This means that FDA approvals could be accepted in many other countries, even including the WHO. And in the last World Health Assembly, it will be a point of interest to know that the Director General of the WHO actually acknowledged the Ghana FDA. Adverse events after vaccinations, monitoring of vaccines and other technologies is continuing. This is where I will end my first presentation on COVID. I've done the current situation, I've gone through vaccine deployment, and I've talked about regulatory issues and treatment centers as well as laboratory things. These are areas where we believe we have done so well, and we will leave legacy for this country to make our health system a bit more resilient. Now, let me come to our health system indicators. Despite COVID and all the challenges that we had, I believe we might have done so well in our normal, traditional service provision that we were doing prior to COVID. Let me mention a few of these indicators. We'll look at our HR situation. Midwives to women in fertility age, population ratio, has improved considerably over the last 5 years, from 1 to 943 to 1 to 560. So now, in the past 5 years ago, 943 women in fertility were being taken care of averagely by 1 midwife. Today, if you look at the population and this distribution, we have 560 depending on 1 midwife, which is quite a significant improvement. Our doctor-to-population ratio, this has improved consistently over the last 5 years. Between 2016 and 2020, we have moved from 1:9,301 to 6,355. So when 1 doctor was catering on the average for 9,000 plus people in 2016, today we are looking at a situation where 1 doctor is catering for 6,335. And we continue increasing the numbers of trained doctors, and we are even supporting them for specialist training. You remember we have announced earlier that government has taken care and awarding scholarships for all doctors who want to specialize and get into discipline. It's rare for them to continue to provide service in a better manner. Nurse population ratio also has improved from 1,727 to 1:70. 1:701 over the last, between 2019 and 2020, against the WHO standard of 1:1,000. So now for our nurse patient ratio or population ratio, we are even doing better than the WHO standard, and that is a significant achievement. There is, however, a challenge with inequity in the distribution of our health professionals, particularly doctors, which is being addressed, including all other health professionals. We have problems with some areas that health workers will not want to go to live to provide service. We have set up a committee that is now working on what we call incentive packages, things that will attract people to areas where we don't have them, and areas where people may not want to go. We're getting support again from USA, technical assistance, to try to see how quickly we can get this package done and implemented. We will soon announce when we get into that terrain. Institutional maternal mortality ratio has also seen remarkable decline over the last 5 years, from 151 per 100,000 live births to 109.2 per 100,000 live births. So if you're moving from 100,000 live births to 109, what we are saying is that maternal mortality ratio, people were dying 151 out of every 100,000 live births, and now it is just 109 live births. This achievement can be attributed to strict adherence to maternal health protocols and guidelines and the implementation of maternal death audit recommendations. Maternal health services have also improved despite the COVID-19 pandemic and associated restrictions. Trends over the last 5 years show increases in PNC visits from 47.3% to 55.9%, and scale delivery from 55.5 to 58.7. Institutional malaria under 5 case fatality rate improved over the last 5 years from 32% to just 12%, and that is a significant achievement. Tuberculosis. TB incidence per 100,000 population declined from 49.38 to 40.16 over the last 5 years. HIV 1990 target over the 2016-2020 period. HIV persons knowing their status is 40% to 74%. We are supposed to test people with HIV for them to know their status. And the target, WHO target, is 90-90-90. 2016, we were doing 40%. 2020, we have moved to 74%. The second 90, persons that are known to be HIV patients should be put on antiretroviral, the prescription. We were doing 39%. Today, we are around 69%. So we are being able to administer medication to 69%, close to 70% of people that have been tested to be HIV infected. The diagnosed persons on ART with viral suppression, we were measuring 58%. Now we have 73%. Annual HIV deaths, unfortunately people die, have also declined since 2017, from 17,000 to 13,000 in 2020, due to survival linearity with almost equal proportion for both genders. Our doctors, we have realized now that those days after husbandship, you have to sit home some 2 years, some 1.5 years. Today we have sort of a virtual transition. You finish husbandship, and within a month or two, you actually logged on to the payroll, and you'll be posted to get work to do. Training and recruitment. Our health training institutions admitted 86,000 students into the 90 public health training institutions across the country for the year 2020-2021. And the proportion of health professionals recruited into the health sector increased from 10,061 to 58,000 over the last 4 years, which is a whopping 49%. 68,000 health professionals were recruited into the various cadres in the health professions between January 2020 and December 2020. Now, applications for 58,000 health professionals out of the 68,000 were actually processed. In the year 2020, the government of Ghana paid an amount of 173,400,000 as the trainee allowance for 48,167 students into the health training institutions across the country for the 2019-2020 academic year. The ministry in the year 2020 compiled 724 names of health workers who were due for promotion. Out of this figure, 644 health workers were duly promoted and received their promotion letters. Those who didn't go through, 36 candidates, we wish them well, and we believe next time round they will actually move themselves up a little bit. That is the front of our health indicators. I've moved through the disease burdens, through with HR issues. And let me also announce that as I stand here, we do not owe health trainee allowances to anybody. This year we have paid 2 quarters to all the health trainees in the country. NHIE, you believe, is a catalyst for achieving universal health coverage when it comes to affordable access to healthcare. Ghana situated itself quite enough time even before this policy was pronounced. Who is being covered? Active annual membership for 2020, we have seen a tremendous improvement. 16,310,325 people. That is about 52% of our population. This figure has moved from around the 49% or so in the past. We have those we call indigent active members, that has increased. Informal sector has increased. Under 18 have also increased, and that is giving us this massive increase. We have 4,292 providers credentialed in all the 16 regions to provide care or service. 55.2% of these are CHIPS compounds, health centers 16.8%, primary hospitals 8.2%, clinics 7.8%. And then we have ownership across the various groups of healthcare providers. The public service has 69.7%, private 24.2%, and the mission hospital 5.3%. We're providing all manners of services, OPD, IPD, maternal services, oral and eye care, diagnostics, and medicines. Utilization dropped during COVID to 1.9 million for April and May, but currently we are doing close to 3 million visits from our card bearers every month. Payments. So far this year, we have paid 486,871,300 Ghana cedis to our credentialed service providers who submit claims on time. We've released to claims in 2020 up to December, and we are preparing to do January 2021. Our monthly reimbursement on the average is about 97 million for the first 5 months. Some of our subscribers submit their claims late. Some are as late as about 5 months. And we are still receiving submissions for March and April. So effectively, what we have, documents that we can say we are owing, will be about 2 months in this year. And quite soon, January, will be paid, maybe even before the end of this month. We have built a new actuarial model to ensure financial sustainability of the NHIS. What are our achievements? We've mentioned proportion of population that is active. We had 40.6%, which has been moved to 52.6% between 2016 and 2020. We can attribute this to the technology that was introduced, the mobile renewal registration. So you sit on your bed and you can register or renew your registration. A significant improvement in our work is the fact that claims arrears have been reduced from 12 months to effectively just about 3 months over the last 4 years. One will wonder, you haven't paid January and we are in June. The law stipulates that for clients, patients, to see whether they are billing me correctly or they are just cheating the system. We have linked health insurance card to the national ID card using technology. So far, 89,000 Ghanaians are actually using their national ID card instead of health insurance card to access care as registered health insurance clients. We have introduced medication for breast cancer as part of our prescriptions regime, Herceptin, together with partnership with the private sector company that is subsidizing the Herceptin medicine to treat breast cancer. We are now doing online credentialing for healthcare providers. This reduces inconvenience to providers. So if you finish your facility and you want us to accredit you to provide care, you can do online. And if you want to renew your credentials, you can do online. And we'll come and inspect you later to give you what you need to get to. NHIA has also linked itself to the Ghana Household Registry at the Ministry of Gender to ensure that no vulnerable person is left behind. This has been a very common phrase within the health system across the globe. Anytime you talk about universal health coverage, the next thing that follows is that no one should be left behind. To try to pick everybody along with us, we have actually joined with the Ministry of Gender that has a facility that identifies very poor, vulnerable people, so we can pick them before they even know we are coming to register them. We have worked so far on our costing of services that is completed now, awaiting for certain approvals. That is what I call the new tariff regime, which will give a little bit more money to providers to be able to take care of our people. Family planning has been piloted again successfully, and it will soon be added to the benefit package. Remember, in the party's manifesto, we say we'll expand NHIH coverage, benefit package, and that is where we are moving to. We have done costing for childhood cancer and prostate cancer, and this will also soon be added to our benefit package. Again, we are doing serious costing on prevention services, such that soon, if you are successful in that endeavor, we will begin to add cases like hypertension and diabetes for prevention, again, onto our benefit package. The NHIS has actually launched a YouTube. This will give regular information updates to the public. And we'll also use the Health TV as well to try to do public education, health education to our population. Despite these remarkable achievements in NHIA, unauthorized or illegal payments are rising in most of the credentialed healthcare facilities through different forms. This week, a radio station started airing a documentary they produced on out-of-pocket payment at selected health facilities in the Greater Accra region. Last Monday, on the 14th of June, the station aired excerpts of the documentary from two facilities, Mamprobi Polyclinic and Mamubi Polyclinic. Together with NHI and Ghana Health Service, a joint monitoring team visit will be undertaken soon to address the issue. But let me announce once again, I have said this here before, that the ministry has set up a small unit within this PPME directorate we call the Health Intelligence Gathering Unit. It is commissioned to pick information and investigate illegal payments at the various healthcare facilities for prompt action to be taken. That is not the only demeanor. Several other facilities that are operating without licenses from HEFRA, licenses for their health professionals from Nursing and Midwifery Council, from Medical and Dental Council, from the Allied Health Professionals Council, and all the regulators. The Health Intelligence Unit is assisting on their way. When they find those things, we'll refer them to you for investigations and further necessary action. My colleague minister, let me thank you, ladies and gentlemen from the media. I'm very grateful for your audience.
Minister, we're grateful for the briefs that you have shared with us this morning. And these three briefs, if I was following you properly, are very rich on data. You've given us a lot of data. So I think one of the first things we'll do is that I want to ask our colleagues in the production suite who manage the press pool platform to please make the presentation available with all the data in it. And then I want to ask of you, our colleagues, there are a lot of stories that you report on the health front, and it is right that you report when you hear worrying stories about, various things. But when we also make information available full of data like this, that shows the kind of collective progress we are making. We beg of you to make time to highlight and interrogate this data that we have put. Don't brush it aside and let's move to the next bad story. Let's make some time also to interrogate this data. Is this data that the minister is putting out here, is it true in the first place? And if it's true, what does it mean for us? For example, if the doctor to population ratio is improving or has improved, what does it mean for us? Is it true it's improved as significantly as he says? And if it has, what does it mean for us? The nurse to population ratio, is it true we are doing better than the WHO standard now? Is it true? This is a minister's claim. And if it's true, what does it mean for healthcare delivery across the Republic? Doc, as you were talking about doctor to population ratio and the fact that there's, however, an imbalance. You find that a lot more of the doctors want to go to Accra and Kumasi when in many other districts we need doctors. In my district, Achimansa district, Dr. Kranting Ampao Prince, thanks to your ministry and your directors who are here, he has come and he is working there. So I just thought I should let you know. Say again? Because of what I did. Well, yeah, because we also offered some incentives, as well. So I just wanted to mention that not all the doctors want to come to Accra and Kumasi. Dr. Kranting Ampao Prince is in Achimansa district. Colleagues, that was just by the way. It's a good time to take your questions now and to interrogate all the things that the minister has put out. Also, in particular, the developments on the NHIA front. So, Minister, you're saying that active membership has moved from about 40.6% in 2016 to 52% as at the end of 2020, which means that as at the end of 2020, 52% of our population is now actively using the National Health Insurance Program. That should be my understanding. I think I understand you clearly. Colleagues, let's have the microphone, and it's a good time to take your questions, and then we'll provide answers to them. We like to be biased towards the ladies. So I see you, the gentlemen, but let me see if I'll find ladies to start with. Any ladies? So let me start with my gentleman. I'll take the first three plus one at the back, making four, and then we'll continue. Please introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Paul Nyoja Dalafo, from the Daily Statesman.
From the Statesman. Please speak up a bit.
And my question has to do with, Honorable Minister, what happened to the persons who have failed to renew their health insurance membership within a year after expiring or more? And also, some doctors or nurses refuse to go to their postings in the rural areas. Have you done anything to improve their living conditions there, that they can be safe there to work? So I have a question that has to do with some personnel. Also, sometimes when you get to the hospital, you see the nurses, instead of attending to you, the moment they see you, they begin to touch their phones and flipping through their phones to see what is going on. Have you taken your time to investigate these things as to whether it hampers on health of the patients? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you want to know about persons who fail to renew their NHIA cards. Are there consequences? NHIA boss is here. And for the heads of the agencies who are here, Minister, with your permission, can I invite some of them to answer some of the questions? Very well. So NHIA, please take note of that. I'll bring you up. There's a question about doctors and nurses who refuse postings to some of the rural areas. Is there some policy position on what sort of incentives or what to do in a scenario like this? Dr. Patrick Abuaji is also here, Ghana Health Service. So please also make a note of that. And then there are reports of poor customer service by some persons in the health value chain. I think it's better to broaden it that way. Some of our nurses, many of us do a very, very, very great job. But there are still reports of poor customer service. What is the policy position on the poor customer service in the health value chain that is sometimes reported, and what can be done about it? Yes, sir. There's a hand at the back. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Abu Bakar. I work for Tinka TV. I want to know if there's anything or there's any plan for Ghana to be able to produce vaccines locally. Is there any conversation like that?
Yes, there is. I think it's been announced. I mean, the president has spoken about it, Dr. Nsiasai. So yes, there is. But beyond the fact that there is there anything specific you want to know? So I think it would be fair to know the status of the conversation or the program, because that one is clear, there is. But the status of the conversation is a matter of interest. And then let me take these two for the first one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Awuni. I represent Kesbin. I just wanted Minister to give some updates on the President's COVID address to the nation. He did mention 88 district hospitals were going to be constructed. I want to know updates on that. How far has the project gone? Thank you.
Thank you. 88 district hospitals, then later, in the words of Chairman Sabunsu, transmogrified to Agenda 111. We'll get answers. GNA.
Yeah, Honorable. My first question is, as the Honorable Minister said, those who have taken their first dose, if they couldn't receive the second dose within the 8 to 12 weeks, shouldn't be worried because they will still be protected. And I want to find whether he's saying it based on scientific proof, because in recent times, doctors have been telling us that within 8 to 12 weeks, we should take it. And so if now we are saying even after this period you don't get it, you shouldn't be worried because you'll be protected. I want to find out whether he is saying based on scientific proof.
Dr. Abaji, please take a note of it.
Then two, as you rightly said, you have set up health intelligence unit to deal with this illegal payments in our health institutions. I want you to give further indication as to the sort of punishment that will be meted out to offenders who are taking those
Which
things.
particular offense are you talking about?
Like, he is saying that they will take prompt action against maybe health officers who are caught taking illegal payment or something like that. I want him to give us detail as to a specific punishment that will be meted out to those people.
Okay, on the matter of illegal payments for health services, are there any sanctions? Very well, very well. I'll come to the back. Let me see. Okay, this is the first batch of 4. So I think this is what we'll do. This is our first batch of 4. Let me ask health insurance. Dr. Janice Albe, please join us and take off the issue of persons who fail to renew NHIA. And you may want to even touch on this other question. Please come this way. The staircase is here. For those who are taking illegal payments, are there any sanctions? You may want to deal with those for me. Then 88 district hospitals, I'll go to the minister, as well as the vaccine local production question. I'll come to the minister. And Dr. Abuaji will deal with doctors and nurses and then poor customer service for us. Dr. Selby.
Thank you very much. The NHIA has a policy that if you default by more than 3 months, when you renew, you serve a 1-month waiting period. I think that's the policy in most insurance systems. The only people who are exempt from that is pregnant women and children under 5. We all know that children under 5 can be seriously ill, sometimes in the space of an hour, and we can't afford to wait. And for pregnant women, obviously, it's free, and we need to get them treated. Everybody else, you serve a 1-month waiting period. And our system is hardwired. You cannot pay somebody within NHIA to take away that unless they register you as a pregnant woman or a child under 5. A few have tried, and we've caught the staff and sanctioned them. Illegal payments. We have a call center. Those who call, we follow up at the facility, and we have been able to take the money back and give it to the person quite a few times. But what we find is patients are very reluctant to report perceived wrongdoing at health facilities. We all know what we feel about a hospital and healthcare. You never know when your turn will come. So people are very reluctant to report. But a few who do, we are able to get their money back. myself and Dr. Abuaji, we're doing some research around this to see what we can do to halt the spate of illegal payments. And as progress comes along, we'll keep you all informed.
But it's important to report so that some action can be taken. Dr. Abuaji, I invite you to the podium. Doctors and nurses who refuse postings, what is it? And then reports of poor customer service. What can you say about that? And then I'll invite Minister to deal with the other two.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, the issue of refusal of posting is a major headache. We have seen two key issues. It's more of perception and obviously deprivation in those areas. So what we have also noticed is that people hear a certain region and they say, I won't go there because they really feel there's nothing there. And we've started looking at going around the medical schools just before they graduate to introduce them to this region. I've also been speaking to the regional ministers and the district directors that market the region. I've just returned from Northeast because it's a very nice place, but people have this perception that it's just like a bad place that nobody needs to go to. So I think we also need to market. But we've also put incentives that after 2 years, you are eligible for transfer if you want to stay. These are some of the things we are doing, and also trying to ensure that accommodation is provided for those who go there. Because sometimes, even if you go and you have money to rent, you may not find a place to rent. So these are some of the challenges, but we're trying to get over them and ensure that people are able to take a posting from there. So we continue to work at non-financial incentives for them to go there, whilst we are looking at some possibility of a financial incentive. The minister has set a committee to see how they can create something that will attract people to these less endowed regions. Staff attitude remains a problem. The minister said about 95% of the people do the right thing, but that's what they're supposed to do. It's the 5% or 1% who do the wrong thing that's of concern to us. Currently, we do investigation. We have a report of somebody from some part of Accra, which we are currently investigating the person's attitude. We also, as a service, trying to brand ourselves. And the branding is not just about how we look, but also branding the people to behave appropriately. And we are seriously working on that to ensure that this is reduced. But the most important, that people must report. And if they report, we make sure that now when we punish them, we let everybody know that some sanctions have been taken so that it will also be served as a deterrent for the others. Do I go on the vaccine?
The local vaccine production program.
No, 6 months.
Yes. Please deal with that. I think I missed that one.
Currently, I think...
What's the science behind it?
For COVID, everything is still ongoing. And so we started at AstraZeneca, the repeat was 3 weeks. And we realized that 8 to 12 weeks was better. We also know that further evidence has shown that even beyond the 12 weeks, still get protected. Even though we may have a reduction of about 34% of the antibody, we still are protected even up to 6 months. But of course, for vaccination, what is most important, the duration between the first and your booster dose. That's the earliest time. And so even though you may not be as protected as somebody who has the peak antibodies, but you still have some signal protection, either from severe disease, infection, and death. And so that's what it is. So there's some science behind the extension that even those who have had one dose are better protected beyond the 12 weeks than those who are not taking any vaccine at all.
Thank you. I want to invite the Honourable Minister to respond to the outstanding two issues, the 88 district hospitals, and then the status of the local vaccine production program. And then I'll come for the final batch of questions.
Let me start with the 88 district hospitals. Things are on course, and God willing, before end of July, we will see the launching and the short-cutting of the project, the 88 district hospitals. It is no more 88, but we now call it Agenda 111. We've added on, because when we picked 88, there were complaints from some districts and some regions, and when we went to do investigation, truly, their complaints were genuine, and so we had to add on. I don't even know by the time we complete how many we might have actually added on, but that is work in progress. A lot of things have been done. Land acquisition, inspection, soil testing, designs, all that is virtually completed. Even our letters have been given, so people have been selected, and by end of July, we will see action in progress. The vaccine issue, production. The government has set up a committee for vaccine production, chaired by the Minister for Environment and Science. They have also done a lot of work. Committee members are picked from the scientific world, some in the ministry and other scientific institutions. They are working very fast. They've even visited, and they are partnering with private sector companies that were originally also preparing to produce some semblance of vaccines in our country. Looks like 3 of such facilities have been picked up, and they are liaising with the international community to see how they can start working. Their strategy is to try to do what they call filling and packing first, and then the science community will also take some time to start developing vaccines in our country. So that area is also seriously being considered, and we are actually on course in that direction. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. I'll take a final batch of questions. There's a gentleman in white, there's Ghanaian Times, Akable, and then I'll take the last 2 here. Not more than 2 questions each. Not more than 2 questions each, because we're running out of time. Let me start with you. Yes, sir. You've had a question already. So let me go to the other gentleman in white. Yes, sir. Not more than 2.
All right, I'm Chairman for EBN TV. My question will have to do with the blood bank. There was an incident at Ridge Hospital, Greater Accra Regional Hospital. I was there myself. Some men have donated in advance, pending the CS for their wives, only to be told that morning that there's no blood, while the wives were prepared for CS. And I'm sure such incidents are the kind of incident that discourages others equally from contributing. Initially, you used to work in tandem with Ghana Education Service, and you go to schools for this kind of donations. What has happened? What can we do as far as this is concerned? Because it's an alarming situation.
Thank you. So the question is, what are your plans to ensure that you're able to get supply up? Colleagues, let's keep our questions as quickly as possible. Ghanaian Times, not more than 2. Then I'll go to Akable and come this way. Not more than 2 each. Let's be quick.
Thank you very much. Minister, last year, the president cut short for a number of hospitals to be constructed, including that of the La General Hospital, one at the Tema General Hospital, and other places. I would want to find out the status of work. Why hasn't actual work commenced in some of these hospitals? My second question is it true that we are beginning to see an upsurge in COVID-19 cases in the Ashanti region? Thank you.
My minister presented the data, correct? So I'm sure that question is self-answered by the data that was presented. Akable, not more than 2. So, Minister, the question that I'll come to you on is, and I think while at that, you have to clarify. When sometimes politicians and project managers say that work has started, doesn't necessarily mean that blocks have started going up, or there's some work that starts, which is work has started, but you will not necessarily see blocks up. And while at that, please respond to the question of people who haven't seen blocks going up in some of these projects. What do you say about it? Joseph?
First, on our engagement with middlemen for the vaccines, I just wanted to find out what specifically is the way forward. And I'm asking this because the statement from the ministry earlier indicated that there's the option of terminating the agreement if the supply delays. Here is the case. It tells us that there was an issue with the LC being available early. He again says that in terms of the $19 deal, they have up until July to supply it. So I wanted to know what is the decision related to that. And the second issue has to do with the $18.5 one. He didn't give any details on the current status. And the other question, maybe it's a question that Mr. Minister, you can answer.
You have actually done 2 for me. You've done 18 and 19.
It's one question.
Let me take your other colleagues. Joseph. No, go ahead. You ask.
No, it's a question for you.
For me, go ahead.
It's about the COVID compliance issues. Mm-hmm. What's the latest on the fallout from Sir John's funeral, Kojo Usefriye? The latest I heard on it is that a gentleman was claiming that he had been invited and interrogated by the police. But, I mean, it's an issue of concern. Health experts say that it's something that government should take an action and send the right message, especially because high-ranking public officials were at a program that experts say there were obvious disregard for the COVID-19 protocols.
I don't have an update on that. I would have to get you an update on that one. Abednego, quickly, then I'll come on these 2.
Good morning, Honorable.
Yeah.
Your friend, my bed nego Santia Sidu. We are Juma Wadom FM. If I show my question.
And I was ID, Ubedi, Nansan, Nana.
Nansan,
to us, what it is.
Me say, Honorable. Honorable, my question is, who card be a circulating on social media? I trust COVID-19 vaccine passport. If I see BBC say government are rolling out some policy say utu kwanya say obi okoba bi card bi o high COVID-19 vaccine passport.
Dr. Abade, patch question we say obi here no wetri mu. Yeah.
Okay. And then agenda 1 Deputy Minister designated for Health, or appear before appointment committee, of Parliament, Okay, I say so far, versus 75 of the contracts has been awarded. Versus honorable, maybe say. Niakano, our contracting every number of the contracts,
First of all, they are nominee no kind no crana because I know onyan do ministry work right now. And we are no crana. But I'm say Minister the can say some award letters have been given, and that by 1st July, some more details will be provided. Inti yaman on 1st July and I say July no kind, not 1st July, July. Now omoma the data on that one. Nana, not more than 2. Let's make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Honorable Minister. I have 2 questions for you. You said that the national identification card can be substituted for the national health insurance card. What are the processes? Because a lot more Ghanaians will want to hook on to that thing because it becomes very easier.
NHIA.
Containing many cards on you, I think, is very cumbersome. So what are the processes one has to go through to access that this thing? And then my second question, the same health insurance. We were made to understand that before you pay claims, you do some pre-auditing and find out the problems, whatever, associated with it. People either inflating or over-invoicing their bills. Is that still, unit, is it still existing, or you have done it? Because the minister said that you are going to set up an intelligence unit. So if that outfit is still existing, why they need to set up that intelligence unit?
No, the intelligence unit is at the ministry, correct?
So I want to know whether that
is not about health insurance.
Yeah, pre-audit this thing is still existing. And what is it doing now? Thank you
very
much.
Well. So NHIA, 2 questions for you. The NIA card, NHIA, how does it work? And is your pre-auditing exercise still ongoing? And maybe while at that, does it make any impact? Final.
Okay. Honorable Minister, good morning. Please, my name is Emmanuel Boxen. I write for the Daily Graphic. My question has to do with, you said there's a new vaccine order that we are making, and it's supposed to arrive somewhere in August, Johnson & Johnson. I want to find out, is it something that we are paying for, or is it going to be like the COVAX scheme? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you very much. So health insurance will take their questions. I think I've outlined them. Yeah, NIA, NHIA card synergy, and then whether your pre-auditing is still working. Then, Minister, I'll come to you to answer the question on construction. You know, when sometimes you people say work has started and we are not seeing blocks, what does it mean? And specifically like general, etc. Director Infrastructure is here. Today you have to earn your salary some more. You come and join me. And then answer. And then, Minister, you answer the question on the way forward on the $19 and $18.5 questions for us. Chief, we're with you.
Thank you very much. At our NHIS launch last year, we publicized the 7 steps to link your Ghana card to the NHIS card, if you have one already. The challenge is people have different names, different date of births, and all sorts. So the 5 or 6 key indicators to be able to link are completely different between the 2 cards they are holding. So only about 100,000 have been able to do the link by mobile phone themselves. We are piloting in 4 districts in Accra. You going to the office to be able to do the link. And then after that, you can use your Ghana card. All the hospitals have been trained to accept the Ghana card, all the clinics. It's the same mobile technology that they will use to authenticate you when you go there. So there are 7 steps. I will get my team to do a bit more publicity around that 7 steps. But it's the same *929 and it comes up linking your Ghana card to NHIS card. Star 929 hash. You can just follow 7 steps and it will link the two. And
Star 929 hash. So that's your answer.
So from there you can do it.
Yeah. Pre-auditing, is it still happening?
Yes, we have claims processing centers that look at all submitted claims. Obviously, if you submit it electronically, we have some level of artificial intelligence that does a lot of the vetting. If it's manual, then unfortunately our staff have to manually go through. That is why we give ourselves 2 months from date of submission to be able to pay the claims, but it still goes on.
Thank you very much. Ghana Blood Service, what are the steps you are taking to ensure that you are able to step up supply? After that, I'll go to Ghana Health Service. To come up and answer your questions about the vaccine passport.
Okay, thank you very much. Last Monday was just World Blood Donor Day, and it's a day that is set aside for us to recognize the importance of blood donations as part of healthcare systems. And the whole of the month of June is also declared a blood donation month. So we do a lot of education. But to answer your question, what happens is that we as a country are not self-sufficient for blood. We need 1% of the population to donate blood so that we can be self-sufficient. But we realize that our blood collection index per 1,000 population, which means the number of people who donate per every 1,000 population is about 5, when it should be about 10. So we are not, adequacy is a problem, and also we're not having a lot of voluntary donors. COVID really affected us. At the end of 2019, voluntary donations were 33%. At the end of 2020, it was 17%. So it really, really went down. But to answer your question, what could have happened is that probably the blood was not available because people who are not donating blood, or the blood group that was needed for that person was also not available. Because we need to have all the blood groups available at every time. So my appeal is that we are doing a lot of education to get people to donate 17 to 60 years to donate, but even people who cannot donate, you can have advocates, people can volunteer. We're doing a lot of education, and we think that if we can all put our hands to the plow, we'll have enough blood, we'll have enough of the blood groups so that when people need blood, they would be available. So my appeal is for all of us to put our hands to the plow.
Thank you. I'm going to take you up on that offer. Colleagues in the press pool, we're going to invite you one of these days to come and join us for a blood donation exercise here at the ministry. I hope you will join us. I hope you join us so that we all contribute to fixing the challenge that they have there. Okay? We look forward to it. Thank you. Ghana Health Service, COVID passport. Minister, I'm sure you'll join us for the blood donation on that day. Yeah. Your age. We'll give you special dispensation to join us.
I think Abednego has a question. I have to answer.
Yes, Chi.
Madam CP, say COVID now, in say bedroom rebino. Okaso vaccinated. Ibusa say, a DNA say you're vaccinated. When say EU for estatiso mokabina, a bogu na WHO say and change. But in him say, a dream rebia, Sadi and Bebase. Messi a vaccinated me, and yes, me quite say me to countries be actually on more than card a brace. So about Kruma, no could of take here, card or could say vaccination card me. Yes, society, they come for an affair, they come out, be a country, be as a gun and anybody besides why vaccinated, and looks as a card we are. And no naturally say, as the way say passport in that doing there at the floor. But a no sentina, what shall Ghana card now? Your body will shake QR code actually. Your scanner. A bachelor say I am say I vaccinated. And yes, I will be able to me. I could church will be a diaba. The name send nearby and the same say colebu. Baby to say card be. Nana near stop home into side no. It's all been withdrawn. Into be a you soon a card no kutano no say. We do club so. Let's almost say I am passing our vaccinated of our card bra. Now they are sharing some friend the passport to some friend you. It's a way of say verify some pass why vaccinated. Near has a batch number at the ball no. No cray and I say times and the boy on the second dose no protective one who say betimi anti eno ne ade a ye kontisade no am say kolebu bat ya withdraw to be a card okuta wono no eno na be say wo me she say bedroom bi no we are seeing a special card bo has na yellow fever card tie no bo hu so da be chere say eno na chere say my backstreet me to show say won fire nkomo bi na say console I want to pick here any be. Honorable Minister, I think that's this.
I want to invite the Honorable Minister to respond to the final batch and then we'll wrap up. Minister, so construction, and specifically he was asking about La General. Director of Infrastructure, you take that one for us. The Minister will now do the way forward on vaccine procurements, and while at that, the August expected vaccines, whether it's COVAX or it's by purchase. So this is the Director of Infrastructure. He's the one in charge of, the construction.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Minister. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And just as it was really indicated, when we come to projects, there are a number of processes that we go through. Those projects that were commissioned, that the President, His Excellency the President, cut short on. There were a number of them. I just want to run through and give you an update on how far we've come. The completion and equipping of the Confirmatory Maternity and Children's Block, the construction of the Eastern Regional Hospital, construction of the District Hospital at Obuasi, Enyinem, Enyiresi, rehabilitation and re-equipping of the Shama Hospital, construction of the Shama in the Eastern Region, Achiase, Swami, Drobonso, Sabronumu, Manson Kwanta, Twedie in Ashanti region, Mem in Ahafo region, and also Pon Katamanso in Greater Accra. The rehabilitation of Efian Kwanta Hospital, and then the construction of other hospitals. What is happening is that as at the time that the President did the cut the sword, we had actually laid all these projects at value for money. As I speak with you, the process are almost at the tail end of the completion. There are some of them that will finish the value for money. Value for money has already been completed on them. For instance, a place like Koforidia, those of you who bear me out, you can go there and I realize that the constructor has already moved to site. What is happening is that once the project actually gets started, or once the contract is firmed up after VFM, it takes almost close to 4 to 6 months for you to complete the pre-contract activities, where you do a geotechnical analysis to know the nature of the soil, so that it will inform your designs that will come up. We go through all this process. We do what we call a stakeholder engagement with the beneficiary facilities, so that we'll be able to finalize the design before the contractor actually moves to site. So even though the contract might have been signed, it will take almost close to about 6 months before you see the project actually coming up. So that will also account for some of these delays. But I can assure you that, like those places that I've talked about, Kofori have started. Maternity in Confanochi is already ongoing. Tema, we have just completed all the conditions precedent for contract effectiveness. And I can assure you that hopefully by the end of June, Tema should take off. Because we've been paid advance mobilization to the contractor. Tema, Nkransa, Doma, and also the reactivation of the central medical stores are also going to be completed in that batch. So all the projects that I've actually talked about, it was in no time. I'm hoping that by the latest, by end of July, you will see all these projects being rolled out. There are about 35 of them in all. So that is what I can say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And colleagues, I think there's something very important in what he has said. The role of the media is to inform, to entertain, to educate. It is right for citizens to say, we saw sword cutting, we haven't seen the building. But we are being educated about what goes on in the first 6 months. I want to implore you to also take opportunity and educate your audiences that apparently something goes on for about 6 months before you start seeing blocks. So that the expectations of the citizen in a democracy, which is met by factors including information, you provide the citizen with that information that, actually, within the first 6 months, there's soil testing, there's design validation. There's all of these things that goes on. You may not necessarily see the building, but it doesn't mean work hasn't gone on. And that is why, assuming they present a report, they'll say ongoing. And then sometimes you find somebody who will go and stand there and say, look at me, I'm standing at the place. Look at me, behind me. There's nothing ongoing here. But there's a technical explanation for that. And it is important that we understand and that we can also educate our audiences. Minister, I'll give you the final word on the way forward on the vaccine programs and whether the August vaccine is COVAX or by purchase.
Thank you very much. The status of the 18.5 and the 19. If it was in April or March this year, when we had that massive upsurge, I don't think we'll be asking about the status. People will rather be pushing me to move very hard. But because we've managed ourselves to this extent, and things are a bit slow now, we think that it is gone, so we should be careful. I will link this one to the Johnson & Johnson question. Kwajo. COVAX is giving us, initially they said 20% of the population for free. Then later they said they will increase to 30%. That is not confirmed yet. To vaccinate the rest of the population, government itself should find the vaccines. So far as we are not producing, it means we should procure from somewhere. So Johnson & Johnson, we are buying. We have even made some 15% deposit to get ourselves properly situated on their platform to show commitment that our order is backed with some political will. So we'll begin to receive in August. Now, we are finding challenges with bilateral engagements. I've mentioned Russia, but we needed vaccines. So we have to utilize people who claim they had authority to sell for Russia, and that is what we were doing. The LC that we did, we are still waiting. The schedules that we have in the agreement becomes effective. The agreement becomes effective after ordering and issuing letters of credit. Because they haven't been able to supply us even with the first 300,000, we have to hesitate a little bit to make sure that they are going to perform before we do the next LC. The Russian agreements are about similar. So the second one we even did, we're only hesitating to see if the first one can actually bring before we go ahead to try to do the LC for the second one. Whatever it is, we may have to procure. And so far as we are getting bilateral engagements to do, we wouldn't have options than to continue to engage middlemen to some limited extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I want to thank you. Member of Parliament for Doma Central, Minister responsible for health, giving us a brief this morning on three major things. One, the COVID response program is on track despite the challenges that come up every now and then. And Minister, while at that, you are talking about even the issues with the COVID vaccines and the fact that you're even using on-site LCs as your instruments of payment. Yes. So it's not like you are giving money to some middleman to go and look for it and bring it. There's somebody who says it's an authorized dealer, it's an authorized agent, and what you've given is a letter of credit, an on-site letter of credit. If you supply, at a time when even COVAX is not delivering their numbers, if you supply, you get some payment. So Minister has explained that one. He's also spoken to the second brief, which is to do with the fact that the other things we were dealing with before COVID came, we are actually making gains or holding our own in those areas. And I think that's very significant. Maternal mortality, malaria, tuberculosis, many of those areas. And colleagues, I really implore you, make some time and take your audiences through, get your analysts to examine this data, and let's have a detailed conversation about whether or not these claims are true and what it means for our healthcare advancement exercise. And then finally, Minister has been speaking about health insurance and the kind of gains that are going on there. What excites me is that active enrollment, that is the percentage of the population that is actually using it, is gone up from 40% to 52% 2% in the last 4 years. And it's as a result of the various interventions, including renewal, matching with NIA card, etc. And I think that these are important things that you should let the nation be aware of. Colleagues, we want to thank you that you've been with us this morning. Minister and your team, thank you so much. We wish you all the best. We'll see you most likely before the end of the week. Thank you.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Having a big dick comes with a whole different skill set necessary to make that big dick work. Because for all women's big talk, most of them can't take, dicks of a certain size. She can't even give you a proper arch. Like, instead of giving you the slide, she's giving you the abdominal bridge. Like, what's that?
Guys.
People think when you have a dick or when you have a vagina, then you automatically know how to have sex. You don't.
It's not by force to make every lady come.
Hey, wait.
It's not by force.
As a guy, when you're getting sexual with a woman, no matter what, you will enjoy. No matter what, your cum is almost always assured.
At times you don't have to take off the panty to eat the pussy. You have to actually use your fingers to slide it,
Slide left, slide right.
I mean, there's nothing more painful than you do something sexual with someone, then later drama and everything on top, and then you even look back at the sex and it wasn't worth it. You do something with the guy, and the guy didn't make you come. He came under 2 minutes. He went to tell his friends, and this girl eat time, and I didn't.
He deserved
what did
to
you
be
do?
blocked.
You be with a girl. She's trying to give you head, and her teeth are all. Keep your teeth off my dick.
On this edition of Sports Check, we talk about the art of goalkeeping. And when it comes to goalkeeping, there's no better person to speak to than the former Blasters goalie, who is now a goalkeeper's coach. Abukar Damba is my guest on Sports Check, and once we come from this break, we zoom into the conversation. It's Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and Abukar Damba, a legendary goalkeeper, is the one I'm speaking to today. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You just finished training a host of goalkeepers, and today we are discussing an interesting topic that pertains to your field. For someone who doesn't know a lot about football, what's goalkeeping?
Well, the goalkeeper is an integral part of the whole team, but has a specific role to play. And it is only the goalkeeper who is allowed to use every part of the body so far as their area of operation is concerned. When I say area of operation, I'm talking about the goal area. The goalkeeper is permitted to use his or her feet and the hands, especially, in his or her own area of operation, that is the goal area. So it is the goalkeeper who is permitted to use his or her hands in the goal area. But apart from the hands being used in the goal area, you can use any other part of your body in any other part of the field. You can even go as far as to the opponent's goal area and play and can even score goals. And we have seen that happen time and time again, even though it is not too rare, but it is also part of the game. So generally, he's an integral part of, the team. But in my opinion, because arguably though, I always say the goalkeeper's position is the most important.
So I think last week or so there was this discussion on Twitter. Says Fabregas, Rio Ferdinand, and the guys, they were talking about the most important aspect of the game. Ferdinand feels it's for its defense. Fabregas feels it's midfield. I think there was one attacker who made a case for midfielders. What makes you think that, just one man in the post and we have other men, what makes your role more important than someone who is basically running on the field and chasing the ball?
Simple. Very, very simple. All the main actors on the pitch make lots of mistakes and they can be covered.
Sure.
And the mistakes could be covered. But the goalkeeper's mistake is final. The goalkeeper can single-handedly win and lose games. Not consciously or deliberately, but this is a metaphorical statement that I've made.
Sure.
The goalkeeper's mistake is final. So for which reason, the goalkeeper must concentrate for 90 minutes plus, depending on the duration of the game, without blinking. So the goalkeeper must be alert and alive for the whole duration of the game. Because for which reason, in my opinion, and I think so, that the goalkeeper is the most important player on the pitch because of their situation, where they find themselves. Very delicate, very sensitive, and must be devoid of too many mistakes. Because your mistake is doom. It spells doom for the whole team.
Does that not add an extra layer of pressure, to goalkeepers in such that you almost at every time have to get it right? Basically, there is no room for error.
Yes.
Does that not add a bit of pressure to goalkeepers?
I don't think so. It is a role, it's a responsibility, and it's a choice. You have made a choice to be a goalkeeper, and you know the dynamics of goalkeeping. You know what comes with goalkeeping. And because it is a specialized department for specialists, so every goalkeeper specializes and must be a specialist.
Yeah.
So when they call you a specialist in a particular field, it means devoid of too many errors. Your level of error should be very, very minimal. So we goalkeepers are very much aware that we have a responsibility of keeping the whole team on our own shoulders. So mistakes, no room for mistakes. So we are prepared physically and mentally. So we hardly have any space to breathe.
Yep.
So we are trained to behave like that, act like that. So that's why we call ourselves the most important people on the pitch.
Earlier on when you were explaining the role of goalkeepers, you made mention of using your bodies. But over time, we've seen the role of goalkeepers transform or evolve. Now you are no longer going to catch the ball in the air and perhaps hoop it into the air and maybe to the opponent's half. Now basically you are part of the build-up. Even from 2014, we saw Manuel Neuer introduce something new where a goalkeeper is now more of a sweeper.
Yep.
When the ball evades the defenders, you have to be the next line of defense, not just in your post. You have to come out and attack the ball.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as a goalkeeper, that you are not just going to catch the ball, but now you even have to start the attack. You also have to play defensive roles as well. How do you manage that?
I tell you, football is a functional game. And we are talking about defending, that is when you don't have the ball. Attacking, when you have the ball. These are functional plays. Then we have the transitional moments in the game, which is what are you doing when you have the ball and you lose the ball? When you lose the ball and you win the ball. These are the two transitional moments. And goalkeepers have their roles, specific roles to play during these transitional moments. Now, functionally, in as much as defensively, you are supposed to prevent the ball from getting past you into your net. That is where you become a shot stopper. But functionally, when your team has the ball, what is the goalkeeper doing to make the goal-scoring opportunities of his team as big as possible? And you can only score when you have the ball in the team. Keep the ball in the team. So you need to improve upon your technique, your technical qualities, technical abilities as to your passing, your range of passing, your skill of passing. Be it short, long, high, or whichever. Whether you are distributing with the punt, that is from the hand to the foot, doing a long ball, or whether the ball is on the turf and you have to do a medium pass, you have to dink the ball, and all the different techniques, the goalkeeper must be able to execute them as and when it is required. That is why your judgment should be at another level. So goalkeepers are now trained to be very, very good ball players.
Yes. Yep.
And apart from being good ball players, but knowing when to pass the ball, the direction to which to pass the ball, the speed of the ball, and the trajectory of the ball. So these all come with a lot of specialization. So for which reason goalkeepers have become so important.
Yes.
That they join the whole team when when his or her team is on the ball. They don't stay in the goal area. They join to make the attacking the numbers, to make up the numbers. So for which reason you can always see that in the last line of defense, the back line, one of the central defense can always push up to join in the attack because they know the goalkeeper is behind to play that role. So for which reason we call them goal players.
Yep.
Some of them are used as sweeper players. Some of them are used as libero players, depending on the situation, depending on the strategy, and depending on the vision and style of play of the team.
But how do you manage that? When do you know when to kick it long, kick it short, hoop it into the... When do you make... Because I'm saying this because I'm an Arsenal fan. And in one of our games this season, Ben Leno made a mistake where there was pressure on him, and instead of hitting it long, he chose to pass the ball. And unfortunately, it went to the wrong player, and we considered a goal. In the post-match, Arteta was like, he should know that there are times where you can pass it short. There are times when you just have to challenge.
Very well.
As it used to be.
Absolutely.
As a goalkeeper, how do you navigate that? When do you know, okay, today, for this moment, let me give it to my defender. For the next moment, let me kick it long. How do you manage that?
That is why goalkeepers should be able to read and analyze the game situationally. In as much as your system of play, your tactics, just want to build from the back. I want to use my two central defenders to build up. I want to use my two wide players to build up. I want to use my controlling midfielders to build up. Depending on the situation, because you are not playing in isolation, you always have an opponent. So you read the situation based on the positions of the opponents. If it is not too dangerous, you can start the build-up from the back, which is easier.
Sure.
But if the opponents are there at close range, you need to avoid making mistakes. So in this situation, you need to go long to avoid making mistakes which should be capitalized and used against you by the opponent. So the situation should determine the goalkeeper's judgment, whether to build up from the back or to do the long ball. So, but I must also add that goalkeepers are human beings. Goalkeepers have low points and high points.
Sure.
Goalkeepers also do make mistakes.
Yep.
But you are not allowed to make fundamental or basic mistakes. These are very basic. The situation tells you what to do next with the ball. The coach from the sidelines cannot tell you what to do in a particular situation. That is why you are professional. You are trained to do that. You should be able to interpret. You should be able to analyze the situation and, of course, act accordingly. That's why we say goalkeepers must be very sharp and very smart.
Now, I'm going to put you a bit on the spot there, and that will be my last question on this whole, the new trend of goalkeeping. Having watched a lot of European and African goalkeepers, who are the top 3 or 5 goalkeepers that you think have been able to adapt to this new way of goalkeeping? Or who are your best, basically, goalkeepers currently?
Are you talking about our domestic league?
No, I'm talking about, say, European football. We'll come to the
football.
We'll come to the Ghana Premier League. But when it comes to
football in general, I tell you, Alisson has so far been a standout player, so far as I am concerned.
Sure.
I'm also looking at the Man City goalie.
Edison.
Can you remind me?
Edison.
Edison is another personality who has demonstrated time and time again that they are real team players.
Yep.
When it comes to functional football,
he's good with his foot.
You can't beat them.
Yep.
You know when to release the ball, where to release the ball to, the speed of the ball, the trajectory of the pass. They are specialists. These are two goalkeepers who are standout. I can also see that Mendy used not to be at that level, but Mendy of Chelsea has now, of late,
he's learning,
added a lot of quality into his goalkeeping, functionally, especially when playing from the back. Now his range of passing has become very qualitative.
Sure.
And I think he's another goalkeeper that I think he's coming up quickly and adapting quickly to the situations. We have many goalkeepers who, of course, are outstanding in their field of play. But then, when it comes to functional football, we have goalkeepers who stand out. And I think readily, these are the three goalkeepers I can think on my feet to mention, spontaneously.
You mentioned Mendy, and that was going to be my next topic, the presence of African goalkeepers in the top tier of world football. We have a lot of good goalkeepers down here.
Yeah.
Over the years, we've produced a whole lot of great goalkeepers from the African continent, the Nkono and the likes. But you rarely see African players keeping post for the likes of Real Madrid, the Chelsea. Of course, Mendy is now doing that. What's the challenge? What's stopping us from, just as we are producing great players, why are we not producing players who will command first team roles in basically all the top 10 clubs in the world?
I mentioned in my earlier submission about how the goalkeeping department is a specialized department.
Sure.
And you need specialists to be able to do that. If you look at in other jurisdictions, they have consciously and deliberately invested time and energy and funds into the goalkeeping department, making it autonomous. So you have special vision. You must train your goalkeeper according to the vision of your team. Now, you look at scouting. You scout your goalkeepers according to your vision. Identifying the talent is very important. You identify them at a particular age level, then you begin to develop them accordingly. And with time, they grow up and they become very much accustomed to that department. It's a conscious effort, and everyone or every FA or every MA must make, or every club must make that deliberate and conscious effort to invest in that particular department, that is goalkeeping department. Then you will get it right. For which reason, if you look at the likes of the teams that you just mentioned from the academy level, goalkeepers are trained systematically. Goalkeepers are integrated into the main training sessions to play with their feet. So if you observe, great passers, goalkeepers are great passers of the ball because they do understand the controlling and passing. Then when it comes to goalkeeping specifics, then you deal with the specific attributes, the physical attributes, and the technical attributes. And these are all specialized areas which must be tackled consciously. And you must have a vision to be able to do this. And it doesn't just lie in the hands of the goalkeepers to do that, but you need to have specialists, goalkeepers technicians. I'm talking of goalkeepers trainers. I'm talking of goalkeepers coaches. You must be a specialist to be able to handle that department consciously.
So
that is why it is for which reason that outside European clubs have better goalkeepers, because they have invested consciously into that department and have paid attention to the special demands of that goalkeeping department.
So you're saying it's more or less like African nations need to make a conscious effort at producing world-class goalkeepers.
Absolutely. And making goalkeeping an integral part, making goalkeeping an autonomous department who have a vision, not devoid or not separate from the vision of the MA itself. So conscious efforts are made to develop the goalkeepers according to the vision. It involves a lot of technical abilities, and in technique, in skill build-up, we are talking of the technical qualities. We are talking of, the psychological aspect, mental toughness, and all those kind of things. But it comes first and foremost with your technique. Technique is very, very important. Controlling and passing. Controlling and passing. And these are the things that are very, very, very necessary when it comes to playing the game. And controlling and passing with the feet, controlling and passing with the hands and the whole of the body.
So now we have the likes of Gomez at Rennes, we have Onana, who is doing quite well at Ajax until his unfortunate incident.
But in their situation, you see that they find themselves in another jurisdiction who have already had the structures in place. The facilities are there. They have everything there that will take care of the needs of the goalkeeper. So you see a goalkeeping department which has a goalkeeping director. Yes.
Yeah.
The head of the goalkeeping department.
Sure.
You have the trainers, goalkeepers trainers on the pitch. You have the goalkeepers trainer who is focusing on how the goalkeeper is dealing with high and long crosses. Sorting out their feet, judgment, high and long crosses. You have because in goalkeeping, you are talking about defending and attacking. How do you defend corner kicks against you on the left and on the right? How do you defend free kicks against you, depending on the distance from the goal? These are all part of goalkeeping. How many players do you need in the world? And when it comes to attacking free kicks, attacking corner kicks, I'll give you just a recent example of Liverpool.
Yeah,
Alisson, who is the catalyst as far as their qualification in the Champions
of course.
Football is concerned. It's all as a result of the effort of one individual, and that is Alisson. He left his goal area just about some seconds to the end of the last kick of the game, attacking corner kick. He came, and it was he as an individual who had to convert. So what does that tell you? It tells you, one, you need courage to be able to do that. You need confidence to be able to do that. And above all, you need the quality, the technical ability to be able to execute. So this makes him complete.
Someone was saying that, of course, that's not the first time a goalkeeper has scored a goal, but due to the evolution of the game, now it's going to add another role to the goalkeepers, where goalkeepers will now be relied upon in the later part of the game, especially when their teams are trailing, to go up there and try to score goals for their team.
I tell you, it is not part of the roles of the goalkeeper.
Sure.
No. You need to look at the quality of your goalkeeper, the situation that demands that the goalkeeper go up there. Is he able to execute it? It is not one of our roles. It is a rare, responsibility, which is taken by the individual goalkeeper.
Okay.
But he needs the permission of teammates. He needs the confidence of teammates. He needs the permission of technical teams. He needs the confidence of the technical team. But in a situation where he goes up and is not able to convert, and there's a counter attack, and the goal is scored against him, he is going to be blamed directly. In as much as he can score all the points for converting and going up there to score, he will get the whole blame if a goal is scored against him, because your first and primary role is to prevent the ball from getting into your goal. But going up to score is a secondary responsibility.
So this is going to be my final question on the African goalkeepers. We've produced a lot of goalkeepers on the continent, the likes of Nkono, Antoine Bell, and their likes. If you're pushed to the wall, name your top 5 African goalkeepers of all time, who would they be?
I tell you, it will be very unfair to do that, because we have generations.
Sure.
And I always believe that every generation, let's take it at least a decade, 10 years, we have goalkeepers who are produced, top-class goalkeepers who are produced generationally. And we must not also forget that football has evolved. Those years you are talking about, the years of the Thomas Nkonos, the Antoine Bells, and the I used to have this goalkeeper in Nigeria that I admired so much. When I remember, I will prompt you. He was one of my idols, and I admired him so much. During those days, or those years, the rules were very different. The back pass rule was not that effective. Goalkeepers did not play too much with the feet. Goalkeepers did not need to join the attack to play because the rules were very different. The speed of the game was different, and many other things have changed. So for which reason, the style of goalkeeping has also changed generationally. So comparatively, those years that you are talking about, the Konos and the Anton Bells, they were basically short stoppers. They operated mostly in their goal area. They were champions of keeping the ball out of the ball. So that aspect, you cannot go far away from mentioning the Thomas Nkonos and Anton Bells. And the question also pops up, why is it that in Cameroon, the Cameroonians, the Senegalese could produce goalkeepers?
They have a rich history of producing.
And don't leave Ghana out. How come they were able to produce the Robert Mensah, the Joseph Cars, the John Bakers of blessed memory? There were some years we had top-notch goalkeepers.
It's true.
You know, so Ghana can't be left out in that equation of having top-class goalkeepers of yesteryears. It is just that we're not able to maintain that level of goalkeeping over a period of time, simply because we did not add a lot of value. We did not pay attention. Because if you look at Ghana of yesteryears, goalkeeping, most top goalkeepers came from the Western region. You could see the Northern region.
And you know, Reverend Sekofu has been saying this thing that if Ghana was a serious country concerned with our goalkeepers' position, by now there would have been some research or some academy set up in the Western region purposely for producing goalkeepers.
Well, that one could be the case. But we need to understand that football has become so scientific.
Sure.
It is the same way, that same argument will also come with. Why is it that some years past we had the best wingers coming from the Western region? When you talk of wing play, the Kofi Abres, the Asians, and so on and so forth. Crosses of the ball. Wing play. Yes. So that notwithstanding, I think that in as much as I will agree with him partially that a research will be conducted to find out how come we were able to, unearth such talents. But now it has become, football has become so dynamic. It's widespread that you can unearth talents from everywhere and anywhere, every corner in the country. But it's about the consciousness, going around with deliberate effort to unearth those talents, bring them together and give them the necessary and the needed skill to be able to, to develop and grow.
All right, thank you very much. And this is Sports Check, where we are speaking to Abubakar Damba. We've discussed a whole lot of topics about African goalkeeping, world goalkeeping. Our next topic is the Ghana Premier League. And once we come from this break, Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Back from the break, we are talking goalkeeping, and Abubakar Damba has been my guest. We are going to talk about the Ghana Premier League. Damba, have you been impressed with the level of goalkeeping seen so far in the Ghana Premier League this season?
I must say to you that with the materials that we have around at our disposal, I couldn't have been any more impressed. Before the kickoff, the league kick started, the question was posed to me, Asante Kotoko. You have Felisana, you have Kwame Ban, you have Danladi. Why Abalora?
Yeah.
Then I told them, this is the best decision, as far as I am concerned, that Kotoko has made.
I kind of disagree. I feel that...
Yes, you can disagree. But I'm saying to you that Kotoko demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubts that the goalkeeping department was such a very important department. In as much as they had Felisana, they had Kwame Ban, who were all national
team materials.
Assets. Danladi, national asset. They still thought it wise and saw it very prudent to bring into the fold and Abalora. And I tell you what, it just proved them right. When Abalora took over the goalkeeping department, the goalkeeping position, he took it over from Felix Annan due to certain reasons that we don't discuss here. Not because Annan was deep in form, not because Annan was not a good goalkeeper. You and I know that Felix Annan, over the period of years, has demonstrated that he's...
For me, he should be our number 2.
Well, that is an opinion. But Abalora came and took over and has been consistent in the goalpost.
Sure.
But in as consistent as he has been, he started becoming complacent and made quite a number of infantile, basic mistakes. And it's not because he's a bad goalkeeper. But I believe very strongly that it is mental fatigue, for which reason he was losing it. So you had to get an equally good replacement immediately to fill into the gap, to keep on the momentum. Felisana was available, Kwame Ban was available. But it must come with a lot of expertise to be able to keep such top-level practicing goalkeepers in one club. Because you need one goalkeeper to perform at a particular time. But what do you do to keep them competitive? What do you do by rotating them to keep them very active and alive? It is also another discussion altogether. It comes with a lot of expertise. But I am saying that the goalkeeping department has been very active this year. I have seen it in Abalora. I have seen it in this Adjournment goalkeeper, who has been very, very impressive so far as I'm concerned. I'm talking about the young goalkeeper of Wafa.
Yeah.
He has also very much impressed me. The goalkeeper who just came in this, is it Edie or Rashid, they call him, of Great Olympics.
Yes.
He has also
he's a fantastic guy.
I am telling you, these are goalkeepers who are really proving that given the opportunity and given the right direction, the right training, they will definitely hit the headlines. So goalkeeping has been very competitive. Very, very, very competitive. And if you look at the stats, you look at their performance statistically, you see that yes, a lot of clean sheets. Abalora stands tallest, a lot of clean sheets. You know, but it's not clean sheets which makes you
the best goalie.
But it only tells you that with a clean sheet, you are able to manage and control your defense in terms of leadership. So these are all some of the things that we have to look at. So I think that for me, in terms of goalkeeping, the Ghana Premier League has been outstanding. Goalkeepers have been very, very impressive. But there's a lot of room for improvement.
What has impressed me most about them is their effort, their attempt at adapting to what we earlier discussed. So now they no longer hit it long as they used to be. You can clearly see that they are working on passing it short, spotting a chance and kicking the ball. They are not just, kicking the ball in here. And for me, that's impressive. It marks some progress in our Ghana. But when it comes to what you've seen so far, which goalkeeper has stood out for you?
In terms of, playing with the feet, if you look around, spread it around all the goalkeepers. I forgot to mention Danladi, Ibrahim, on loan goalkeeper for
King Faisal.
He has also been an amazing personality. Look at his exploits with the national team. And he has, of course, progressively brought it to bear so far as the league is concerned. Playing with the feet, just as we mentioned. Yes, goalkeepers are now making conscious efforts because football has evolved. That is the trend so far as the game is concerned. We want to see the goalkeeper. How functional are you? How are you able to aid your team when they have the ball and they're attacking? And you can only do that by keeping the ball in the team. It adds a lot of confidence to you as an individual player, and it adds a lot of confidence to your team, especially when your goalkeeper is able to distribute, keep the ball in the team in terms of passing. He's able to do, once in a while, do a long ball, a counter attack, long ball, which might result in goal scoring opportunities. And I think this is what we are all talking about. You are very right in saying that we have seen a lot of improvement in that aspect of the game. We are now moving away from just being ordinary shot stoppers, just preventing of goals, to also aiding our teams to be able to make the goal scoring opportunities very, very high by improving upon our passing, controlling and passing abilities. Being able to be visionary to locate a teammate high up the pitch with a great technical pass. And I think our goalkeepers are doing that, but we need to work consciously and deliberately towards getting them up to the next level, because internationally goalkeepers are high up there and we need to catch up.
You made mention of Razak Abelora. He's currently our number 2. Per the last games we played, he was the Black Stars number 2. Now, in the last game, he was replaced by Felix Annan. We all admit that there has been a slump in his form. Would that not affect his Black Stars chances?
I'll tell you what, there are 2 scenarios. I just indicated to you that it is not as a result of a dip
in form,
but momentary loss of concentration. It could be as a result of complacency, seeing himself as I'm the number 1, nobody else comes near. But listen, if you are number 1, you need to be reliable, you need to be consistent. And this is the learning curve. So when they make such mistakes, then they mature. It's experience time for them. So he becomes a better person, he becomes a better goalkeeper, for that matter. It mustn't affect his position in the national team. Never. We are talking about building the goalkeepers for the next level. Abalora has been identified and we are in the process of building him up. These singular mistakes should not reflect or affect our quest to building him into becoming a formidable force so far as goalkeeping is concerned at the highest level. It mustn't affect him. The only thing is that we need to work on him. Why is it that he was able to make, or he made such mistakes consistently, about 3 times, making the same mistakes? Why? We need to find out as trainers, as the technical people, as the stakeholders. We need to find out. Somebody should be responsible to do that. Yes. It is our responsibility as technical men and stakeholders. Identify the mistake and make the player better. It is not, the onus does not just lie on him to do so. It is our problem as technical men to make Abalora a better person and a better goalkeeper. But for me, it is a learning curve. You can never, ever be in the goalpost forever without making mistakes. Some mistakes are pardonable. Some mistakes are not pardonable. And some mistakes which are deemed very fundamental, very basic, are unpardonable. And you must be responsible for your mistakes. And that is why Abalora must be responsible for these mistakes. But we don't need to chastise him. If we do so, we will kill his confidence. And if we do so, we will kill his growth. But at the end of it all, no matter how we pep him up, no matter how we encourage him, no matter how we psych him up, it now relies on him as an individual how to get himself up. It's not how many times you fall, it's about how many times you get up. So now the responsibility lies in the hands of Abalora to wake himself up, wake up to the reality, and come back and get working.
Is that a bit of a challenge for the Black Stars coach? Because now at some point we had Olili and Samir J as our top 2 goalkeepers. We've gone from that to Richard Ofori, who I admit is fantastic, but cannot be put on the same level as the great Olele. We have Abalora, who is our second, losing concentration at this crucial stage of the season. If you're a Black Stars coach, would that not be a headache for you that your second goalkeeper is making such errors?
Absolutely. It will be a headache for me. That is the reason why I am the trainer. I am put there to fix the problem, to fix the challenge. That's why I'm there. It will be a headache for me. For which reason, we coaches have what we call the coach-player relationship. You can have an individual or 1v1, one-on-one conversations with your coach, with your goalkeeper, and find out what the challenges are. The challenges could not be coming from on the pitch. He could be bringing challenges or problems off the pitch onto the pitch, which could affect him psychologically. How are you able to deal with such situations? This intermittent loss of concentration should not happen. And there's a brain training to be able to deal with such players who have such challenges.
Do we offer our goalkeepers such, if not just so, do we offer our players such psychological assistance?
We do.
Okay.
We do. That's why we have psychologists in the teams.
I'm talking about the Ghana Premier League.
The Ghana Premier League, that is why the club licensing says that every club must have a psychologist in the team to be able to deal with the psychology of the players. Absolutely. Because psychologist is nearly almost 75 to 80% in the game. Because it is the brain which functions. So we need to have psychologists to be able to look at the psychological aspect of the players, develop the players mentally, and let them put them in the position to be able to deal with such situations when they find themselves in them. That's why the goalkeeper is so important. We are saying that momentary loss of concentration and the team is down. So the goalkeeper should be able to maintain concentration for a longer period of time. And how are you able to do that? We have practical training sessions. Practical training sessions for maintaining concentration for longer periods of time. That is conducted by the goalkeepers trainers.
Okay.
You have it on the pitch and you have it off the pitch. These are things that must be infused into our curriculum for training and our programs for training. And it makes our goalkeepers better and better and better every day.
I think we've had enough of goalkeeping. Let's come to, I think the last time I spoke to you, you said you were the PFAG, or you were training goalkeepers, basically more like an academy purposely for, or a setup purposely for training goalkeepers. How confident are you about the future of Ghana football with respect to the talent in your hands and goalkeepers you've seen elsewhere?
I tell you, let me correct this impression. I was once a goalkeeper. I specialized in goalkeeping, but now I am a coach, a fully fledged coach in general coaching. And if you want to be a very, very good goalkeepers trainer, you must have knowledge in general coaching. You must understand strategy. You must understand tactics. You must understand systems of play. Because football is functional and goalkeepers are an integral part of the game. So I'm saying to you that in as much as I'm a specialist in the goalkeeping department, I juxtapose that against the totality of the game, functional. So I do functional goalkeeping. Apart from dealing with the specific attributes of the goalkeepers, I deal with their functional play as well as team players from the goalkeeping perspective. So with the PFAG, I'm the out of contract trainer for the PFAG for that matter, and I deal with out of contract players from First Division, Premier Division, and so on, both male and females. So you'll see that I'm on my training grounds now. This is the Wembley AstroTurf. This is where I do my out of contract training, and it is not just goalkeepers. Outfield players are here, and I deal with 30, 40 outfield players. Sometimes I can have 10, 15 goalkeepers. So I do a combination of both, because there are certain times I need to see the goalkeepers play functionally. How do they build up from the back, with the back line? How will they do the build up, doing the long ball to locate a striker up front? Where do they put the ball, depending on the situation? So this is what I do here. So I do complete academic training here.
So how do you prepare them for penalties? Is it that, you just wake up or it's scientific where you train them that, okay, if a player takes a step with the right, you have to dive this way. If he takes with the left, what goes into it as a coach?
I do penalty training nearly almost about 3 or 4 times in a week. I do penalty training, not just for my goalkeepers, for the outfield players as well. One, penalty comes one, you must have a lot of confidence. That is one. But if I'm going to zero it down to only my goalkeepers, I always teach my goalkeepers in terms of penalties, you react to the situation and not anticipate. Because if you're going to rely on anticipation, you always get it wrong. But react to the situation.
That's a difficult task.
Come again?
That's a difficult task.
That is why we are goalkeepers. You have to react to the situation. And your reaction must be quick and very fast.
Charlie.
That is why you are goalkeepers. Yes.
And
these ones, because it is a verbal thing, if it was practical, then I would demonstrate to you the position of the goalkeeper, the body posture of the goalkeeper, and you look at the feet, which must always be shoulder width apart to allow for you to either collapse or do a takeoff without adjusting the feet. And these are all taught, and they are practical experiences that goalkeepers must have and must be taught. Because the goalkeeper, you must be very explosive. Very, very explosive. Now, I tell you, there are certain players who will look at one direction and hit the ball as hard as they can. If the goalkeeper dives to that direction and you get it right, you must have a very strong hand to bring the ball out of the goal.
Sure.
To prevent the ball from crossing the goal line, you must have a strong hand to be able to do that. And you must dive across the ball. So these are all technical abilities which must be taught. It must be taught over and over and over again. But it doesn't come that easy.
So now to your very self, you kept for the Black Stars. What's your biggest moment as a Black Stars goalie?
I will tell you my biggest moment, and will always continue to be my biggest moment. And as much as people will see the negative aspect of it, me as the one who was involved, and I'm referring to Ghana, Algeria, our second leg against Algeria, that was in 1993, a World Cup qualifying game. And if we had qualified to the World Cup 1994, the 1994 World Cup in the US of A, I would have been one of the goalkeepers who have qualified Ghana the first time to the World Cup. So that meant a lot to me. That was the time which made me and unmade me. It was the time I was in my elements as a goalkeeper. It was the time I would have sold whatever I had in me in goalkeeping to the whole world by taking Ghana to the World Cup. And it was in that particular game that I crumbled. But it is another ball game altogether. But it gave me a lot of experience going forward.
When you say crumbled, what happened?
You know, after that game, for your interest and for the interest of your viewers, Black Stars was in camp in France, in Marseille, prepared for the game against Algeria. And whilst we were in France, most of the clubs were in our training grounds. And I'll tell you, I was one of the hottest kicks that club was looking for, especially PSG.
Okay.
Yes, I was on the radar. They followed the Black Stars to Algeria to watch the game. I was going to be given an opportunity to play. That is why I said I crumbled. And it was one of the worst performances in my career, the whole of my life. But that was a life-changing moment. Life-changing moment. And anytime I remember it and I talk about it, in as much as I know I will use the experiences for the up-and-coming ones, I just can see what it did to me as an individual, my family, and my admirers. But more importantly, my country. What can we say about that? It is past and gone. That's why I said to you, I crumbled. It would have been a changing point, a turning point in my life.
Do you sometimes feel that you let the country down in that particular?
I just don't feel that I let the country down. I let myself down. And I tell you what, I wish at that time anybody could put him or herself in my shoes. Things of this nature, if you are not strong and you don't have people around you, you can commit suicide. It can lead you to commit suicide. If here.
Is this something that you thought of?
Strong. I never thought about it because I had around me. Because I could not fancy it. I couldn't fancy it. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was on top of the world. And the next moment, I was underneath there. And everybody was pointing fingers at Damba. It is Damba. It is the fault of Damba. It is Damba. Jeez. The whole country pointed fingers at me. My teammates pointed fingers at me. My friends pointed fingers at me. At the end of it all, it was left with who? Damba. How did Damba handle it? How did Damba deal with it? But I thank God I'm still alive. I thank God I can teach it. My personal experience to the up and coming ones, because I felt it. I was in it. I felt it. Before, during, and after the situation. So I think it's well and good because a learning process.
Sure.
I am now in another at another level where I can teach, I can impact. So I think it has taught me a huge lesson that I think I don't regret.
That's some lesson for young players coming up. My very last question is about, you're obviously a great goalkeeper, but who was that idol that inspired you?
I'll tell you, coming up, growing up, the only goalkeeper that I knew, excuse me, and the name kept ringing bells in my ears, was Thomas Nkono of Cameroon, as young as I was. Just that I did not adopt the name Thomas Nkono. I grew up, went into the Premiership Division, and I was so privileged to have one of Ghana's top goalkeepers in the person of John Baker of 11 Wise fame, the Black Stars fame. They brought him to join me in RTU those days, and he was my trainer. He was my mentor. He did everything for me to bring me up, and honestly I took over from him, and that is where it propelled me. And coming into the Black Star proper, I had the opportunity to travel with the national team to Cameroon to play in one of our qualifying games. I cannot remember whether it was Cup of Nations qualifier or World Cup qualifier, but it was a qualifying game, and we went there to play the second leg. It was a drawn game. We played a draw game in Cameroon. Thomas Nkono was in goal. I had the opportunity to meet him live, to see him live. So the only souvenir I could bring back from Yaoundé was a very big picture frame, a frame of Thomas Nkono in action that I was able to purchase. I brought it back to Ghana, and it was, where I hung it? Right on top of my bed. If I slept and woke up, the first thing I saw was the picture of Thomas Nkono. He inspired me so much. I admired him so much. But I did not play like Thomas Nkono.
You carved your own path.
His style of play was different from my style of play. Why? Because the trainer who took care of me so far as development was concerned, that is John Baker. That's why I played like John Baker. But I admired Thomas Nkono.
Well, that's an interesting story of a young boy growing up to meet his idol. And you heard him mention secondary 11. That is a club I support. And if you know the history of Akabile Mieza and 11, you understand why I support secondary 11. So it has been Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwao. Yapon.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Having a big dick comes with a whole different skill set necessary to make that big dick work, because for all women's big talk, most of them can't take dicks of a certain size. She can't even give you a proper arch. Like instead of giving you the slide, she's giving you the abdomen bridge. Like, what's that?
Guys.
People think when you have a dick or when you have a vagina, then you automatically know how to have sex. You don't.
It's not by force to make every lady come.
Hey, Hey, wait.
It's not by force.
As a guy, when you're getting sexual with a woman, no matter what, you will enjoy. No matter what, your cum is almost always assured.
At times, you don't have to take off the panty to eat the pussy. You have to actually use your fingers to slide it, you know.
Slide left, slide right.
I mean, there's nothing more painful than you do something sexual with someone, then later drama and everything on top, and then you even look back at the sex and it wasn't worth it. You do something with the guy, and the guy didn't make you come. He came under 2 minutes. He went to tell his friends, and this girl eat time, and I didn't know.
He deserved
what did
to
you
be
do?
blocked.
You be with a girl, she's trying to give you head, and her teeth are all. Keep your teeth off my dick.